Welcome everyone to our study session on the 2017-2018 budget. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 3.1, review of the fiscal year 2017-18 department budget requests, capital improvement program funding requests, and community promotions funding requests. And before I turn it over to the team, I have some opening comments prepared on the budget. These are exciting times to be at the city, to work for the city, to be in the city, and I think there's a lot of accomplishments that the council has put out for staff and had been able to achieve over the last year. Significant progress, and some of them, my understanding, have been maybe several decades in the making. One of them was the pre-annexation of Roseland, pre-annexation agreement around Roseland, the submission to LAFCO for the next step in that process. The reunified Courthouse Square, the Housing First strategy to address homeless issues in the community, the Housing Action Plan and the corresponding 24-point implementation plan, dealing with the uncomfortable conversation and corresponding changes involving Measure O, and we really praise the community for assisting in helping to stabilize the organization with the ratification of Measure N. Additionally, the city employees are dedicated, committed, risk-taking, collaborative change agents who often do work for the citizens of Santa Rosa that gets overlooked or not recognized through our process here. They are in continuous pursuit of providing high-quality public service and creating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city for the citizens in Santa Rosa. I would ask your indulgence and to identify some of that work, which you won't see in the rest of the presentation that's going on in the city. So in the city manager's office, this year we implemented the city manager's fellow program that started last June. The deputy city manager has met with all of our employees through a focus group, many of our employees through a focus group, and we hired Julie Guzzi specifically to help with the council member calendars, and we have shortened the turnaround responses on emails sent to the city manager's office and city council. City attorney's office. Catherine Marco has been working with staff in the city attorney's office and IT to create an online portal to enable city departments to submit contracts and agreements electronically for review and approval as to form by the city attorney's office. This project is close to entering its beta testing to be followed by a pilot program with a few selected departments before being unveiled citywide. We anticipate this online portal will help streamline our review process. It will decrease the time for contract review by eliminating time spent in transit, by inter-office routing or hand delivery by staff members, and will provide staff with real-time tracking of the progress of the agreement as it goes through pre-review. Office of Community Engagement. The creation and launch of Parent Engagement Month. During last year's Gang Prevention Awareness Week, the partnership hosted a parent awareness training in Roseland in collaboration with the Santa Rosa Police Department, the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office, and California Youth Outreach. A parent from another area in Santa Rosa asked why the program wasn't delivered in their neighborhood. Staff listened and responded by creating a series of trainings in impacted neighborhoods in Santa Rosa as identified by the Community Safety Scorecard. This formal program became Parent Engagement Month. Through the month of April, partnership staff delivered parent trainings in West 9th, Roseland, Apple Valley, and South Park. These trainings were designed to assist parents in identifying early signs of at-risk behavior, receive education on legal aspects of youth violence, and learn about our community resources and support for both their children and themselves. Council declared April 2017 as Parent Engagement Month, and staff estimates that more than 150 participants were in the inaugural series. In the Department of Finance, I'd like to highlight the work of Kim Nadeau and her parking staff. They increased the ability to assist customers remotely from 65% to 90% by setting up a call center. provided a study session on progressive parking policies and bringing them forward for approval by this body in June. Implemented the Passport mobile app for customers to remotely monitor their parking and reduce tickets. Are installing solar facilities on the garages to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the budget for energy expenditures. Negotiated agreements with the Museum of the Square, a potential hotel, and Blue Fox partnership for parking permits, valet services, and reduced fees. Meets regularly with the Downtown Economic Development subcommittees, along with parking stakeholders downtown and in Railroad Square. Continually evaluates operational needs for reorganizational potential and efficiencies. In information technology, starting in late 2016, police, fire, and IT department technician teams initiated a project to categorize, analyze, and visualize data sets associated with homeless calls for service. The effort was instrumental in bringing together 3 previously separate sets of data from police, fire, and My Santa Rosa into one common accessible set of heat maps and timeline charts. With this data, internal staff was able to finally get a big picture view of the impact of homeless calls for service and for overtime and by location. Equally important was the ability to share and discuss this information with city partners such as Host, SAY, and the county. This work was led by Michael Hargreaves in IT, Jerry Petrie in police, and Jackie Reese in the fire department. Planning and economic development. Planning and economic development staff has been aggressive about finding creative ways to encourage and facilitate the development of affordable housing in ways that do not follow the typical approach. Examples include finding a creative way to subdivide a parcel and reduce parking requirements to facilitate an additional unit for a Habitat for Humanity project that will add a house to support a family of 10. To working with a developer to convert an old, outdated, underutilized office complex into a number of affordable by design housing units. It is going to take creative solutions and partnerships from all those involved to address the complex challenges of affordability. The Human Resources Department. The Human Resources Department has successfully launched the new Employee Onboarding Program, which introduces all new hires to the city, its department, services, and leadership, and soon to be the mission and vision and value statements that the council adopted. In addition, onboarding offers the opportunity to tour the city and receive mandatory trainings, policy review, introduction to disaster service worker requirements, and FEMA training. Also, the Human Resources Department has successfully converted the citywide administrative policies into a streamlined number format with numerous updates, complemented by the creation of a new administrative policies. Recreation and parks. The leadership team has been working with each other to develop a stronger and more cohesive group, capitalizing on in-house resources and the desire to improve service delivery models in the fire department. In fiscal year 2016-17, the fire department developed a joint labor management program focusing on the behavioral health of staff. Post-traumatic stress has been recognized as a growing nationwide trend in firefighters, and for the first time in history, the number of firefighter suicides has eclipsed the traditional line of duty deaths. Through programming rooted with the International Association of Firefighters, the fire department has trained 18 personnel across all ranks as a peer support team. This program and these personnel can be utilized by any member of the organization to help them through difficult times, regardless if the issue stems from work-related or personal stressors. This labor management initiative has been at no cost to the general fund and provides internal stakeholder support, augments the health and sustainability of the workforce, and builds upon a united front of leadership between the fire department management and Santa Rosa firefighters Local 1401. In the police department, this department has made changes to our testing and evaluation and recruiting of staff to make the process much more efficient. Based on these and other changes, we are now at the lowest vacancy rate in many, many years. Housing and community services. Staff has completed work on a customized loan management software for the Santa Rosa Housing Trust called, bear with me, trust affordable housing management system where data from all active loans, regulatory agreements, and housing units under compliance are centrally located and will soon become accessible to property managers and borrowers. This system can automatically calculate loan payoffs that will greatly assist performance during escrows for refinancing and subordination requests. Transportation and Public Works. Fleet has transitioned their workload from 70% unscheduled repair work to 70% preventive maintenance work. Where repair work is less predictable and more costly. This change will likely result in the reduction of one mechanic position. Streets has established a very robust homeless debris cleanup program, including weekly smart road trash removal, a daily refuse pickup at Homeless Hill, and regular 101 underpass cleanings. Ron Simi and Aaron Brisby are central at this work. Water. We have just come out of a record-breaking wet weather winter for cumulative rainfall. While that certainly helped with the drought, there were operational challenges associated with managing such a wet season. In combination with sending a significant amount of recycled water to the Geysers pipeline, the city recycled water storage ponds filled throughout the winter in preparation for summer irrigation demand. As you may know, recycled water volume that exceeds the capacity of the Geysers pipeline system and anticipate to exceed the capacity of the storage system is discharged into the Laguna de Santa Rosa. These recycled water discharges are managed very carefully and follow very stringent water quality rules. This past winter, our controlled discharge events totaled 1.22 billion gallons and will require about 15,000 pounds of phosphorus offset credits, among the highest levels we've ever had. The only year since the inception of the Geyser pipeline where our total annual discharge exceeded the amount was 2006, when a total of 2.1 billion gallons was discharged. Challenges faced by staff during the recent discharge season included impromptu real-world training given the frequency of discharge events, equipment operability, discharge facility access challenges, and reclamation pipeline capacity limitations. However, over the next 2 weeks, staff will be presenting our upcoming proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. There are significant challenges embedded in the long-term financial forecast. I am comfortable advancing this proposed budget based on Council's commitment and focus on 2 items in its Tier 2 priorities. 1, to ensure long-range revenue stability, and 2, to create a framework for the 21st century service delivery model. Following these directives, we have tried to limit the advancing of additional full-time staff positions to those which we considered critical for operations or were necessitated by the annexation process. Staff also understands that while the community did assist the city in reauthorizing Measure N, this was simply a preservation of funding levels, not a platform for expanding services. So where services are projected to expand, extra effort has been taken to find a corresponding revenue offset. Staff would love to be able to address all the community's needs. However, that is just not possible nor sustainable. This means the council must investigate revenue opportunities, such as an updating of its utility users tax. Tough decisions for the community and the council are just on the horizon. One of the stark realities that must be faced is the exponentially rising costs of healthcare and the corresponding rising costs surrounding PERS. Staff and the council will have to organize and energize themselves to be effective advocates on both these issues. There are also council desires and priorities that are not addressed in the budget. This was not an attempt to willfully ignore the council's direction. Rather, it was most likely an attempt to continue to analyze multiple requests and develop strategies or revenue that doesn't rely on the general fund to realize the objective. Finally, I would be remiss in not stressing that on May 24th, Council begins its hard work in earnest on Housing First and the corresponding programs to come out of that planning process. And then on June 6th, there are two measures on the ballot, which if they pass, will have significant impact on the city and the organization as it currently functions. And now we're going to begin a process. The first thing is there is a change in how we present what we've done over the past year. We're going into a trial period around a pilot program around measures. And so you're going to, for the first time, you're going to see how the departments look at themselves. They're beginning this work. And to introduce that work, I'm going to ask Eric to talk a little bit about the work that's happened over a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. And before Eric gets started, I just want to say a couple things. One is thank you for recognizing the good things that are going on in this organization. I think it's always good to take a moment to highlight the hard work and the many successes of the people who work for this organization, more than 1,200 people who work for this organization. Secondly, I want to let the public who are with us today know what the format of today's proceedings will be. And in keeping with the council practice and for efficiency's sake, we'll have the staff present the items that are on the budget today. About half of the departments in the city are on the budget today. The council will ask and have questions answered during that presentation. And following the staff presentation, we'll take comments from the public on the budget and on what's being presented and what the community may have in mind for our next year's spending. With that, Mr. McHenry, please proceed.
Mayor Corsi and members of the council, today, as City Manager McGlynn mentioned, this is the launch of our Open Performance Portal. And everything I'm going to show to you today is live and viewable to the public. I'm going to talk a little bit about what open performance is, what do we mean by that, why does it matter to us and the governments, the approach we're taking, and then lastly, I'm joined here by Mr. Tickner in the IT department to give a demo of our performance site. But it is available at srcity.org/performance. We have found that sort of the better governments are leaning toward using data to supplement and have a foundation for decision making. Data by itself can never make a decision, but it can inform staff and it can inform policymakers on what's happening in the community. And until recently, as the slide says, governments did not have access to large amounts of useful data and ability to communicate those data in a way that was beyond instinct, gut feel, urban legend, and rhetoric. Now we're at a point now where we have access to that data and we're able to present it in a way that's useful for decision making and communication. This is the third step of a process we launched back in 2014, where working with the finance department, we launched the Open Budget app, and that's at budget.srcity.org. This is an application that shows the current budget, city budget. It's interactive. It allows people to drill down through a web page. And it's interesting that we did this with the mentality that although we also have an award-winning budget document, for some things, public wants to have it interactive as well. So it kind of goes in parallel with our budget document that's presented by the finance department every year. That budget right now shows the data from 2016, 2017 budget. It will be updated once we move forward with the 2017-18 budget. In 2015, we launched the bare bones open data portal. And that was a portal that I came to council and talked about just data sets, bits of information. What is our employees' salaries? What are our fire stations located? How many runs do our fire department go on? Calls for service, things like that. It was designed for the public to access to data. And whenever we had the public ask for something, we typically put that data set up on our open data portal. What we're launching now is our open performance measures, which is the extension of that, where we take the data and move it into a format that I sometimes say normal people can consume and find useful. Oh, and after that, we need to move to goals and outcomes. I'm the first to say that what we have on our portal, it's mainly measures. With a few exceptions, we have goals. In other words, we're going to hit this number by that date. But more than anything else, we have measures. And that's kind of the first step in this process. You look at your data, you get your measures so you know what you're doing, and then you put goals on top of that. And then you improve it and drive into performance outcomes. This is just a screenshot. I won't go live on this one. This is our budget app, and you've probably seen this before, and this is for 2017. We have a $323 million operating budget. We also show what our CIP, our capital improvement budget is as well. And if you were to click on those links, you could drill down into saying, okay, the police department has a 50 some odd million dollar budget. Where is that being consumed and how is it being used? And that's a very interactive, very interesting solution. This is our open data portal. And this is the one that we launched in 2015, and I'll go back to this a little bit later, but this is where we're launching our open performance from also. And as you can see from this, we have data sets, so basically data around government, parks, permitting development, fire services, police services, HR, et cetera. The difference we're talking about today, though, is that shift from what's on the right here of open data, which is sort of raw, unfiltered data, to more curated data sets that talk about performance goals with terminology that's understandable by the public. We're taking the lead of what the ICMA, the International City Managers Association, is doing, and they really believe, as do we, that performance measures should first and foremost be aligned to our city council and general plan strategies. They should be results focused, relevant, transparent, very accurate. We want to keep them updated on a regular basis. And frankly, as City Manager McGlynn said, they need to be transformative. They need to be used in a way that can help change your organization toward established goals or new goals. And then, of course, sustainable as well. The roadmap that we did to establish these goals, this is the vast majority of all departments have performance goals now, is that they develop draft measures and goals, ones that they felt our public wanted to see on how we described and delivered our services. Then the next step was to catalog the data. And Brian and I had an analogy that a lot of times departments had never seen the data in a while. And so it's almost like you look under a rock and there's your data and you don't really recognize it. And so we did a lot of validating. Is this data right? Is something wrong with how we're interpreting it? Once we did that, we built a narrative around it. Why does it matter? Then we tested and reviewed it, and we refined it, and now we're at the blue area and ready to launch the site. And next, of course, we'll be going more into performance measures. So one last slide before I go into the demo, and I'm always wary of an online demo, but we're gonna do it today. The performance portal right now, we have over 50 performance measures across virtually all the departments. The data sets are tied into the open data portal, so you can download the data also and use it if you want. Right now, it's department-based. We really want to do, though, is align it with council goals: homelessness, affordable housing, cannabis, et cetera. That's, I think, where we take a big step to say, City Council strategies are these. How is our department, our service performance meeting to those goals? And the data is updated monthly, daily, or quarterly. So now we're going to flip to a live demo. And Ms. Gomez will flip us over to that. This is our live site. This is our open data portal. And if you scroll down to the bottom, we have some links that show in the lower left the performance measures. We have multiple ways to get there, but I wanted you to see that this is the data portal, and the lower left is performance measures.
Can you tell us how to get there?
Sure, and I'll summarize this at the end. The easiest way and the fastest way is the link you see there is srcity.org/performance. That's by far is the best. If someone goes onto our data site, data.srcity.org, which is this, they'll see that and click to it there. We also have it on our homepage, and I'll show you that as we end up. But I think the best one is to go to srcity.org/performance. Okay, so let's go there to .org/performance. The site looks like this. This is the site. And we talk a little bit about why we're doing it. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples of what it looks like. The first two, you've heard our City Manager McGlynn talk about these numbers, and as someone who's worked on this, it just put a glow in my heart to hear him say, oh, we know that, for example, we respond to city council requests on an average of 4.2 days. And our Public Records Act requests we respond to on 6.6 days on average. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So for council requests first, and this is when you click on that tile, the first thing you see is you see an overriding measure. And this is the one by look at council priority items and days. And what this is, by the way, this is when an email goes to the city council email address or goes to the city manager's address. And those come into the city manager's office and they have to look at them, understand them, and respond to them. And they respond to all of them to the public. And on average, they respond back in four days, which is frankly quite amazing. If you scroll down, Brian, look at the volume. We talk about why it's important, how is it measured, but this is the volume. So on average, over 100 emails, come into the city manager's office, to you, city manager's office, a month. And you see on some months, it's quite a bit more. We're peaking up at 250 to 300 email inputs, emails per month, and we respond back in less than 4 days. It's less than 5 days. It's actually quite amazing. So as you can imagine why this is important for them to track, their internal goal is actually quite higher. They like to respond in 24 hours, which is a Herculean task, of course, when that data set, when that volume comes in. Okay. The next one comes to city clerk, and these are the public records requests. Another good example of something that is critical for us as a city. The law says we have to respond within 10 days. And you can see, down a little bit lower, Brian, you can see back in January 2014, we were not doing nearly as well. Our average was over 10 days. We've made tremendous progress, and there's the data right there. So on average, we respond within 6.6 days to a public records request. Let me scroll down. We talk about why it's important, expected time frame, and we look at the volume. And again, as someone who is peripherally involved with this, I was just very surprised to see that we get, on average, probably 20 public records requests per month coming in, of which we respond in 6.6 days. So this is an example of the measures. And so now staff can talk with confidence on how long it takes to respond and how long it takes to the quality of the responses. Let's go back to Open Data Portal. I'm just going to talk you through just a highlight of some. You'll see fires later in the department reports. Chief Gosser and his team, they've identified 7 areas in which they want to be measured. Each one, which I won't go into, has the same degree of detail in it. Responses within 5 minutes, emergency preparedness, community outreach. In the Housing and Community Services, Director Gwine and his team, again, their focus, as you can see, is on affordable housing and homeless services and code enforcement. And as a council member, you probably understand why they're focusing there. And they've done a lot of work to look at sort of how they're doing in these areas. In HR, Interim Director McKinnon and her team focus on recruitments and workplace demographics, how well we're trained, the level of workers' compensation claims, which is a financial aspect to the city. In IT, we have 4, and I'm going to show you just one more quickly. Brian's going to show you the online IVR payment transaction, which is a measure of interactive voice response.
All right, so this particular one, if we drill into it, it's exciting information for us within IT because it gives us better visibility into the different systems that the public is using to, in this case, pay for various services of the city, such as water bills, permits, and so forth. So we can see from this that right now, measuring since January of 2015, we had about 8,900 transactions a month. We've grown that up to about 9,800 right now. These are a number of transactions through various systems. If we look further, we have some additional information for our interactive voice response system, where people can pay via the telephone, basically, and then other online services. In terms of dollar revenues, $1.6 million last month alone comes in through these systems for that, and measuring back to 2015 when it was around 1.5 million. We break this down further, actually, by source system. It might be difficult to read, but it shows clearly by far this orange area with the online water payments being the bulk of it. In 2016, for example, over $12 million, over 65,000 transactions coming in there. And so it just gives us more visibility into these systems, and then we go into why it's important and so forth, which basically as we see more what the public's using, how they're using it, we can enhance these systems and tailor them more to the public's needs.
So just giving him more of a thumbnail, we're going to go down. So Planning Economic Development, Director Guin and his team, a number of issues around permits and applications. How long does it take to process a building application, a permit application, residential and commercial, sales tax revenue, TOT revenue, commercial square foot over time. Police, Chief Schreeder and his team, they like fire have been able to leverage a long-standing trend of collecting data, and these are some of the ones that they're able to talk about, which give a sense of how the community policing and how his efforts are doing in the community. Recreation and Park, Director Smeichel, she's had some really interesting ones about temporary employee workforce, number of registrations, age of the temporary employees, gender, ethnicity of temporary employees, the extent to which they recover their cost, how well we're using volunteers over time. Director Nutt and his team, it's one of the funny ones up there. If we ask most people how long does it take to fill a pothole, I guarantee you most people do not think it's 19.6 hours. They think it's much longer, but that is the data. Sidewalk complaint response time, knockdown signs, 16.5 hours, the PCI, pavement condition index. So now there's some real data that can underscore the discussions that we all have against sort of what we feel or believe it should be. Lots of good data on city bus and ridership as well. Water and their team over there, again, a lot of great data, as you might expect. They've been doing this a very long time around water reuse. You heard some of the information earlier, recycled water production, water smart, turf replacement. So these are the ones that the department heads and their teams have said, these are the first ones that we think the public is interested in taking a look at and how we deliver our services. Okay? Great. Daisy, if you could flip us back to, yeah, I'm fine with that. I think I'm going to finish up with Sean talking a little, McLean talking about the challenges, because it was really challenging, I think, or touch on this.
So I think, this is one of those things where we've struggled to sort of get data sets, get data verification, because it's housed in multiple places, everything from a spreadsheet to some sophisticated databases in the police department. And then you have to, as Director McHenry said, you have to then look at it. And so that's where we are in this process, is looking at it. You're seeing a couple of goals. This is where it became important for beginning a conversation about comparable cities, and comparable cities in a way that's reflective of the span and scope of control, so that we can start to set goals that are reflective of a city of this size and the issues facing a city of this size. So that's one of the big steps forward. And the next thing is, clearly, as we start to share what we're measuring and what we're tracking, there is room for input on that. That's part of what we're interested in gathering as we go through this conversation. Is there things that are resonant to the council? Are there things that you have additional questions on as it relates to an individual department? We're making a significant step forward into the 21st century, I think, here, but we're still learning and we're still figuring things out at the same time. But this is a change. This is a cultural change, again, to ask questions about ourselves, and will be important in sort of the 21st century delivery model conversation that council wants to get into over the next year.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my discussion. And Councilmember Combs, I didn't answer your question fully. If you go to our homepage, which we won't go there now, there's an icon that says open data and budget. And one of those four big circles, the four big icons, that takes you to the open data portal. But we'll be promoting it more over time now that we want to show you all first. Okay?
Councilor, are there other questions? Mr. Schmidhelm.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I think, as the city manager said, I think this is a step in the right direction. So I guess for the city manager, if we have some suggested categories or information that we would like to see captured, how would we go? What does that process look like?
Well, I think there's multiple ways to do that, council member. It's as we go through the presentation on departments, you know, again, I think if there are areas of interest from the council, this is the way we do that first garnering of that, but also we can have future conversations about these measures. I think the challenge right now is what I need to clearly articulate is a lot of work went to getting us here. There is a lot of work that sometimes is in capturing data sets. So I think the question is, are there things that you would like to see more of? This is the way to start that conversation with departments. We'll start taking those notes and start to figure out how we capture that, or how we can or if we can capture some of those data questions right now.
So then, on that, I'd like to give you some feedback. One, I'd be interested in seeing some results from the Violence Prevention Partnership. That's come before the council. We've had numerous discussions about what data points equals success, and it's not anywhere on here, so I'd be interested in discussing some of those efforts. And then regarding the housing and community services, and I shared this with some staff during a meeting yesterday, rather than measuring the number of people receiving services, how about measuring the number of people who we've ended their homelessness? And for how long have we ended the homelessness, and have they returned to being homeless after we got them housed? So those would just be two suggestions I'd have. But thank you, this is the right direction. I really appreciate the efforts.
Other questions or comments? Just one from me, and that's on the responses to the public on emails to the city council. If we could just make sure that the council is CC'd on those all the time. Yeah, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly thank you, Mr. McGlynn, for recapping the last year. I don't think I've seen that kind of comprehensive report on the endeavors of council and staff, and it's actually a little bit surprising to hear it all at once, what has been accomplished and what is also continues to be on our plate. So thank you for capturing all of that. It was impressive to hear, and now I understand why, when I talk about, mention to people that our plate is full, I can hear it in one time. It's yes, the plate is full. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McHenry and team. Mr. DeWitt, I announced at the beginning of the meeting how we would be doing the format. Public comment will come after the presentations from staff.
At the end, so probably in the afternoon, like 3:30 or 4?
No, at the end of the study session. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing track of time. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your help.
Mr. McGlynn.
I will turn it over to Ms. Lochner.
Good afternoon, Council. Today we have day one of our study sessions to deal with the budget, to hopefully answer your questions. So when we do come back in June, we can present you the information of what's changed and possibly get our budget passed a little quicker going forward. So we do quite lengthy study sessions, and I'm glad that you're all here to hear what we have to say. So first of all, we're just going to go through overall the goals and priorities of the council. Then we'll look at the citywide budget overview. We'll drill down into the general fund. We'll talk about some of the new city initiatives, our Measure O, and staffing. And then we'll get into the department-specific proposals. What we deal with primarily on day one are the departments that provide service within the organization, so the administrative departments, and then day two is primarily the operating departments, but we'll be going through those today, beginning that work today and then finishing up next week. So again, our council has 6 main goals. I'm not going to read them to you. They have stayed for several years at this point. And these are the overarching goals. And then within that, we have the council priorities. So as you recall, this year we met in March, and the council reaffirmed their Tier 1 priorities, the 5 Tier 1 priorities, which are reducing homelessness, doing a comprehensive housing strategy, creating a plan to address our infrastructure and deferred maintenance, continuing to pursue our opportunities with legalized marijuana. That expanded a little this year since it did get legalized before it was medical associated. And then continue and work on the implementation of the Roseland annexation. As far as the Tier 2 priorities, I really am just going to highlight the first two, which received the most votes of the council. So the first one was to ensure long-term revenue stability, and the second one was to create a framework for 21st century service delivery model that is nimble, fosters innovation, and supports new technologies and opportunities. These are very important priorities for staff, and we thank you for making them a priority for you as well, because I think this is how we're going to be a resilient organization going forward. We have to relook at everything we do and how we deliver our service to the community. So there were 13 Tier 2 priorities in total, and then we also have what we call other opportunities for the future. And these are what came out of a session that we had a day and a half at the end of April with the council to solidify the Tier 2 and the other opportunities, those lists of priorities for the council. So now we'll talk a little bit about the citywide overview. We like to show you a couple different ways of looking at the citywide budget. So this, for all funds, our proposed revenue budget is $370 million. That is a change of $16 million over last year. And that is pretty much evenly, that growth is split between the general fund and the enterprise funds. Then we show you a nice little pie chart so you can get an order of magnitude of what those numbers mean. Sometimes numbers tend to blur, but showing a picture helps to look at. Overall, our general fund is 41% of the total revenues, and the enterprise funds are 42%. The enterprise funds are primarily water, the sub-regional and sewer funds, but we do have a golf enterprise fund, a parking enterprise fund, and transit is an enterprise fund. So for citywide...
Excuse me, Ms. Luckner.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Through the chair. I'm looking at the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 priorities, and I remember one primarily because of the unusual name, neonicotinoid. I think it's something like that. GMO related. I'm not seeing it in either Tier 2 or Tier 3, and I thought it was a Tier 2 item.
It is a other opportunities for the future item, I believe. That's where it ended up.
Where is it?
And again, I think we're scrambling to get this from a report from, we haven't brought that report forward. So we're noting that it's missing now, and we'll make sure that it's included in the future report outs, Councilman.
Okay, and double check if it's a 2 or a 3, because my recollection was it was a 2 and not a 3, but we can talk about that later.
So there's also the public bank missing from your other opportunities as well. So it's not an exhaustive list. It was what was in the materials we had, but we are waiting for the final report. So I do know that there are a couple things, but I'm pretty certain there were 13 Tier 2 priorities.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification, and I will await the update.
So the next piece is really to show the citywide expenditures by department. So this gives you, again, an order of magnitude. So our proposed budget for 17-18 is almost $385 million. And if you recall, our revenue is $370 million. So we do use some fund balance in creating the expenditure budget. And you'll see that as we talk about various different departments. So there's some fund balance being used in the general fund, as well as within Santa Rosa Water's funds, as well as within parking. As they take on capital projects, those monies come out of fund balance to support those projects. So then again, a nice little picture. As you can see, our water department is 36% of the budget, and that's, most of the rest of those departments are general fund departments. So it's not by funding source, is I guess my point here. We do also like to show you by fund type. So that's the general fund, the enterprise funds, special revenue funds, housing authority, successor agency. Again, this is just to give you an idea of how the funds support the citywide budget. So now on to the general fund, and I will give you time for questions, I promise. And if you have questions, just ask me. So for our general fund, we are projecting a revenue of $153.1 million. That's $5.1 million over last year's adopted budget. We do not show things that may have come up mid-year. This is budget to budget comparison, but there are grants that may have been accepted that would not show up here that would be one-time revenues. And again, a nice little picture to show you the breakdown of those revenues by category. And what is important to note here is that our sales tax revenue is our largest source of revenue to the general fund at 32%, followed by property tax at 17%. Sales tax is the most volatile revenue source that we have. I know I keep saying that, but it is something to remind you of. It does track very closely with the economy. One of the precursors to an economic problem would be we would see slowdown in development activity, which we haven't seen yet, but that we hear there's a mini recession coming and we're overdue. We don't see the early indicators of that yet. So, and we're unique in that our sales tax does outpace our property tax as a percentage of the general fund revenue. So general fund expenditures by department, and so administration is made up of several departments. It's the city council, the city manager's office, the Office of Community Engagement, city attorney's office, human resources, and finance. If we listed them all separately, it would be on at least 2 slides. So we kind of roll administration up into one. It isn't overall the largest portion of our budget. And so, that's just to give you an idea of the expenditures by department. And again, we do show you a nice little picture so you can get an idea of how that rolls out. We also,
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may. I'm looking at housing and community services and seeing a drop in funding, and it's 2 of our top 3 items. So I do want to be sure that we're going to have detailed information about why our number 1 and number 2 priority item is dropping.
What you're looking at here is the general fund, and housing and community services has support from other funds as well. So the housing authority has a separate fund. Last year we funded $3 million for the notice of funding availability for affordable housing, which is not included in this budget. But you will get more detail when we get to the department specific, but when you take $3 million out of a budget, it does make a significant drop.
Looks different. Thank you.
So again, we show your expenditures in a couple different ways. We show it by department, and then we also show it by category. So As you would expect, salaries and benefits are the largest expenditure of the general fund. We are a service organization, so that's what we use to provide the services, a lot of staff resources. And it's followed by professional services when you look at the magnitude of the budget. And again, that's how we deliver some of the services we need to deliver. And then, of course, a picture, because I like pictures, and you know, sometimes numbers don't make sense, so we like to give you both ways of looking at it. So overall, a summary of our general fund picture. You know, I always go right down to the bottom line, which shows we are overspending our revenues by $5.5 million, and you'll see more detail of that in a couple more slides. We do show, you know, the revenue is slightly over the expenditures, but when you factor in the transfers in and the transfers out, that's what pushes the picture. And so we did give you a detail over what is transfers in. So in transfers in, we get some gas tax money that helps pay for some of the street crews that fill those potholes in 19 hours. We get some money from Measure M. Again, we have a maintenance of effort requirement of the general fund to receive that revenue source. We receive money from traffic safety, from an old lawsuit settlement for consumer protection, which pays for a position within the city attorney's office right now. And then some various ancillary things that we really just can't list them all out. It's $41,000. Yeah, for the transfers out, we transfer out a little under $2 million to CIP. That is primarily for the ADA compliance that we do on an annual basis at $1.2 million. And then we also have a transfer out of for the streetlight replacement project and changing everything out to the LEDs, which is a project that will eventually end, but then it just circles right back again, and you have to start over with fixing them, you know, replacing them again. We also transfer out money to parking enforcement. That goes into the parking fund to pay for the people that provide that service. The general fund does retain the balance of the revenue. All the revenue comes in, and we transfer out the money to the team to continue to deliver the service. We have homeless services. We have our real property transfer tax allocation that goes for homeless services and affordable housing. We have the loan you approved last week for transit, and we also provide a little bit of money for transit operations that are not supported through their programs. And then there's the debt service we have for the COPs, which is not limited to Courthouse Square, but that was when we refunded our COPs within the general fund. It was surrounded with the Courthouse Square project. And then some other various items that get transferred out of the general fund. So what we tried to show here is how our unassigned general fund balance is used in this budget. So we showed there is an operating deficit where our expenditures are greater than our revenue of just a little under $3 million. In total, the interfund loan to transit, along with the operating money, is another $904,000. The Roseland annexation, which you'll see in a couple slides, where $1.2 million is included in the 17-18 budget. And then homeless services, some additional funding for primarily the shelter at Sam Jones Hall, which has been funded using one-time money by this council for several years, but it's not currently normalized in the budget. But in addition, we are showing future needs of the unassigned fund balance to advance fund the implementation and startup of some initiatives the council has. Those would include the remainder of the Roseland annexation costs, if the voters vote for the rent stabilization package on June 6th, there's a component there where we will need to give some funding in advance. There's the rental inspection program. And there's then also the support of the cannabis industry, also dependent on that tax that will be rolling forward to the voters on June 6th.
So just a quick note to those future items. What's just unsure is when a couple of things. We've tried to make each of those have some revenue component. What's uncertain is when we will actually see some of that revenue to offset costs. So we may, again, there's always a startup cost with every enterprise. What I wouldn't go and say is that we're not going to recoup any of those costs. The challenge is we don't know exactly when we're going to start seeing the revenue from a said program because the program hasn't launched. So this is to just make council aware we will need funding to start up enterprises. It's just the way it goes. Even though we have an annexation agreement with Roseland, there are timing issue, there's delivery of when that reimbursement dollars will come. So there is, every enterprise has a startup cost associated with it. We're trying to program it so that we capture as much of that revenue, and there will potentially be reimbursements against those lines and some of those significant reimbursements. But right now we don't know how quickly we're going to be able to garner the revenue to do that work. It's a big unknown for us.
Through the mayor, just as a point of clarification, it's my understanding that the rental inspection program and rent stabilization will be, and same with cannabis as well, will be at least entirely funded by the program over time. Those are intended to be revenue neutral or better programs, correct?
That's what I said in my lead. That's what I'm repeating here. That's why I'm taking the time out to repeat that. Is yes, the intent is to capture as much revenue. I mean, the honest question about rental inspection is I don't believe it's 100% cost recovery. I think there's some legal issues around that, but we have to bring those programs forward. We're trying to capture as much of the revenue costs for the program as possible. So for example, on cannabis, this is an example of it's going to depend on when things are in operation, not when a permit is pulled, how we collect that particular revenue, so how quickly the business starts up, and then we have the evaluative conversation about did our projections that we put out there actually match the business model. So they're huge. What I'm trying to emphasize here is we have huge unknowns in each of these endeavors, and but the fact is you will have to be prepared as we get into a learning curve to advance resource to initiate the program. And that's really what this future conversation is about. We don't, I don't know how quickly we're going to get revenue on cannabis. The idea is we are going to get revenue on cannabis if the voters so choose to vote for that excise tax. But the fact is the excise tax is up in the air until June 6th. Once we get the excise tax, we have to have a comprehensive policy adopted, and then there's going to be a ramp up for how we actually collect said excise tax, which is incredibly complicated in and of itself. And so startup costs are often more than actually your ongoing running costs, and so those are sort of the things that we're going to have to balance through in this conversation. There are a lot of unknowns here. It's a series, as I said in the retreat, it's a series of if-then statements, but the fact is we have to be prepared to be able to move quickly after the voters make some decisions and get where the resources set up where we can have the resources set up.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
So yes, in each one of
through the mayor.
Okay.
So I'm looking at slide 22, which is before you move on. So we're starting with the assumption that we will have a $2.9 million budget deficit in the coming year, just off the bat. And then these other programs are part of that recognition of what's going on in our general fund where we will need to use reserves or unassigned funds. Is the 2.9, does that take into account in any way future labor?
No.
No.
Okay.
So what these are estimated expenses for these programs, and I have some more information on each one of the programs. For the Roseland annexation, we do know that the expenses are going to be more than the revenues coming in.
I'm actually more concerned about the first line, just trying to figure out, this is what we need to maintain the service level now, going forward, without any of these extra things.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Just maintenance of the
Yes.
service level now,
As I said in my
without labor cost increases.
As I said in my opening statement,
I'm
the
just-
only reason I'm comfortable bringing forward this conversation is council's desire and direction that they're willing to look at the first two items on their tier 2 priority list. It is, we have to galvanize ourselves around these exponential cost equations that are coming down the pike, or already part of our structural issues that involve pension obligations and health care costs. So I tried to be as direct as I could. There is a lot going on right now. There's a lot that we need to wrestle with. When the voters gave us the ability to reauthorize a quarter-cent sales tax measure for 8 years, all we did was stabilize the organization. We did not advance, and there's a lot of pressures being placed on the council from the community about advancing service delivery. We have to take some time to analyze the entire organization. That's also part of my earlier speech, and move us to a 21st century delivery model. So yes, council member, you're absolutely spot on.
Does this general fund reserves, as you're bringing it to us, include the number of units we would need to subsidize to meet our arena numbers prorated over time?
No, it really, we just.
It does not, okay. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to figure out what's in the assumptions and what's not in the assumptions right now.
It's just these 4 programs.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another if-then, because I see on the future costs, annexation, we do have a funding source, stabilization, inspection are new programs, but the cannabis is here. So what if it doesn't pass in June? What would be the impact of the budget and/or operations of the city?
Well, I think that's, one of the questions we'll have to wrestle with right after the 6th. We're doing our best, but part of the reason you've been waiting on your comprehensive plan around cannabis is exactly the need to have the excise tax to implement the plan that's under conversation. If that does not move forward, we have to take that in consideration when implementing a comprehensive plan. The subcommittee will have to wrestle with what if you don't have the resource to cover the anticipated costs of allowing the business to take place in the city of Santa Rosa as you've laid it out.
Thanks.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with the question that I had earlier. In part because your answer implied that meeting our arena obligations to the state or providing the housing subsidy in order to meet our arena obligations would be a new program. And my understanding is that our arena obligations and meeting our housing needs shouldn't really be thought of as a new program. It's an ongoing program. I appreciate, though, hearing that it is not funded in this budget, but I did want to clarify that I don't consider that additional monies beyond that. I would consider a new program, but.
Well, and I just want to also articulate that this is part of the reason that I think that we are in, the reason I felt comfortable advancing this budget was because of the council's willingness to get into those other revenue conversations, including some of the conversations that have been articulated to me through this forum and other forums regarding affordable housing resource, infrastructure conversations. But it's still at its core, we're going to have to address our operational model. And again, I've laid out one potential revenue source on that conversation that could be examined. There are other opportunities to meet some of the funding needs that the city has moving forward in the long term, and frankly, getting into a more directed conversation about our liabilities and how those liabilities are going to be dealt with in the long term.
Thank you.
Mr. McGlynn, on the startup costs for rent stabilization, rental inspection, and cannabis, would our intent be to recover those startup costs?
As again, each of these 4 items that's below the, that's in the future, as I said in my opening speech, we've built revenue captures to fund these programs. So the idea is, yes, we're going to have revenue. The question is, when does the revenue hit? How does the revenue hit? But yes.
We would expect to recover it.
Again, I can't say 100%, but most of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So our intention is to more fully flush out these projected costs and bring back a report to council as these programs come online. So, for example, the Roseland annexation numbers were developed based on fiscal year 13-14 expenses. They got updated to 15-16, but now, you know, we're in looking at 17-18. So we do need to bring those forward. We need to also more fully vet the other 3 programs with the departments involved to make sure that we've included the impact. So we will be doing a separate report on each one of these with a future budget amendment, and at that time can also explain when the various revenues come in. And so I'll start with Roseland annexation, and I can give you an example of why it's complicated. So we first of all get an annual payment from the county. They're going to pay us $500,000. We have to do an annual subsidy calculation. When we annex, we get that, but in the next year, we would receive that in the December timeframe. So 6 months of your fiscal year is already gone before you're receiving the subsidy payment from the county. The property tax comes to the city based on a lien date of January 1st. So if we annex in the 17-18 fiscal year, we do not receive any property tax money until fiscal year 18-19 because we don't have the property within our territory on January 1st. So once we have the property within our territory, there is a lag. Lien date January 1st. First payment that you get based on that lien date is December. So that would happen in the 18-19 timeframe. Sales tax, if we're annexing, say, I think the latest is the first week of December, you don't get your sales tax until April 1st. So there's a lag there by the time the Board of Equalization gets it in place. While with these other revenues, we're really looking at how those get notified. You know, how does it get notified to those like PG&E, for example? At what point they get notified, and so that we can tell you when those revenues would start to come in to support some of that area. Overall, we expect about $2.6 million in revenue when we have a full year of all revenues. So our expenditures, what we've included in the 17-18 budget are these positions. They are primarily in the police department, so and with one fire inspector in the fire department. These are positions that need some lead time to get them hired and trained and be able to do the jobs. And so in order to position ourselves to be able to start work in the new territory, we need to advance fund hiring these positions. In addition to that, we have $2.9 million of additional expenses over the $1.2 million. And this would come forward with a future budget amendment a little later after we have more idea of when the actual annexation is going to be. We're talking maybe the August timeframe coming forward with a report to council on the Roseland annexation, the status, and the next steps with a budget amendment to accomplish that. And these would be the things that you would see on that budget amendment going forward. And it's based on the negotiations we had with the county and what we included when we determined that initial subsidy amount. For homeless services and affordable housing, so this is to show the real property transfer tax, 25%. So 25% of that revenue source of what we have budgeted is $1.1 million this year. In addition, we have additional general fund contributions to both for homelessness in another about 1.1 million. So in total, we are funding these services at about double what the council's current policy is for this year.
Excuse me, Ms. Luckner. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor, with regard to homeless services and affordable housing, that additional $466,000 from the unassigned general fund, is that money that's already been spent, or is that money that we anticipate to spend in concurrence with the council's direction of taking a housing first strategy?
That particular one is tied to the Sam Jones Hall shelter. It's the one above it. That would include that level of work.
Okay, thank you.
So for the rent stabilization program, this is should the voters support Measure C. It is supposed to be a fee-based service. The current estimate was about $113 per unit. There's 11,076 units that would come under this program. So the estimated revenue is $1.25 million, and it is, as the fee is set in such a way to cover the anticipated cost of the program. So it is based on an overall nexus study of the cost to deliver the program. We have, again, there will likely be a need to advance fund from the general fund to start the program, and then how we're going to be able to collect that fee. We do have two options for this as to how we deliver the service. Option A would be to hire staff and create a program that is managed internally within the organization. That's where the estimated $1.25 million came in. Again, it's not fully fleshed out. We don't know exactly, but that is a pretty good estimate. Option two, again, it would be revenue would be set to provide the cost, to cover the cost of this program, but option two is to send out a request for proposals to see if we do have some community partners that can help us deliver the service. And we do have an RFP that is well on its way to being drafted and likely will be available to send out later this week, like by Friday.
So that we can test whether there is any said service provider, so council can make some of those decisions on the heels of that with some direction once we get to a decision by the voters.
And again, we would come back to the council with an overall program and budget amendment for that program as well if it passes. So we'll have to provide timing and how that would work. The next initiative is our rental inspection program. Again, the program would be a fee-supported program. The fee would be set in such a way that it would be to cover the costs of the program as much as legally allowed. This program has not been initiated by the council. We haven't discussed really what the program looks like, so we would need to come back to the council, flesh out what the program is, what the desire of the council is around this program, and do another budget amendment, likely with some advance funding from the general fund to start the program. And then finally, the last initiative really is cannabis. Again, the way we set the tax that's being rolled in front of the voters is supposed to cover the cost of the program. We know that we don't necessarily have enough industry, people ready to come and do the service and pay the tax yet. So we might have to phase in the program going forward. We have not everybody's ready to start on day one if this passes. So we would look at within the departments that are affected. We would look at what are the immediate needs in order to responsibly manage this industry going forward, and when we anticipate certain levels of revenue based on the tax that's been passed, so that we could try our best to manage those resources and the expenditures together as we move forward. But again, this is likely a program that will need advanced funding to implement. So, because we have to show you our long-range financial forecast, it hasn't changed much from what we've seen before, except we have added the 17-18 budget, whereas what I gave you last time was a February update as we were just developing the budget. So this does show the 17-18 budget with the use of fund balance of $5.5 million. And it does show the deficit growing over time. But I think, like City Manager said earlier, we have some good initiatives to go forward with in looking at our revenue and how we deliver service to the community. And there's some opportunities for us to change this picture as we look strategically on how we formulate this organization on a long-term basis.
Ms. Lochner, this does look a lot better with these numbers in black instead of red, but they still have negative signs in front of them. My question is, does this long-range financial forecast reflect a continuous 17% reserve?
It does. So we have on our long-range financial forecast, we do have a bottom line, but at some point, because of the negatives, that 17% would be reduced. And that's where we have to look on an annual basis to make sure we're diligently managing to that on a, every day we want to make sure that we're not overspending that and reminding the council when things do come forward where we sit in that position. We right now, as we saw in the earlier slide, have about $11.6 million above that 17%. And it does get, at some point in the future, that would go down if we did nothing.
But that reduction is not reflected in any of these numbers.
Not on this particular slide. It's on the bigger document, the colorful one that we roll out.
Thank you.
So I want to talk just briefly about Measure O, the baseline and their proposed budget. We did meet with the Measure O Oversight Committee, and they supported our budget and an implementation plan change. So we do show within each of our programs. So Measure O, again, is a special sales tax. It is kept separate from the general fund. 40% of the revenue goes to police, 40% goes to fire, and 20% goes to gang prevention intervention services. Last year, when the voters voted to update Measure O, they updated it to the baseline being a percentage of the general fund. So the police baseline is 34.3%, fire baseline was 23.7%, and the gang prevention intervention services was 0.4%. As you can see, each and every one of those programs within the general fund is over the baseline requirement. And then this is just to show you how the program is budgeted. So within each program, we have salaries and benefits and overall services and supplies. Within the police department, there is staff. Within the fire department, I believe there's 9 staff, and then there's paramedic pay for 12, I believe it is. And the fire department has used their measure of funding primarily for capital, whereas the police department has used it for things such as the downtown enforcement team and some of the other needs that we had within the community. Within the violence prevention program, we have 2 departments that share that budget: community engagement, which also manages the choice grant programs, and recreation and parks. So if you take out the choice grant programs, the 2 departments are pretty equally split amongst the use of the fund. So just a brief summary on our staffing levels. So in the city manager's office, we are proposing, and you'll see all these when we get into each department, 2 additional staff members. They are paid through other resources. In the city attorney's office, we're proposing 1 additional staff member, again, also paid through some of the other resources. Finance department, we're looking at a 50% increase. Fire, 1 increase, that's the Roseland position. Housing and Community Services, you'll see in their presentation the positions they're requesting. Within IT, there's 1 position that was, I believe, approved at mid-year, and we have to formalize it in our salary plan for 17-18. PED, there was 1 position. Police, there's 8, and that is the Roseland annexation positions. In Transportation and Public Works, they've reduced 3, that's in transit. And in water, they've added 4. And each of these, you'll get an opportunity to hear more about them when the departments come and talk about their budgets. So I'm not going to go into all the detail. We'll talk about it in the department budget. So
Excuse me.
Happy to answer.
If I may, is there a way to make a note or clarify with, say, an asterisk or something, which ones are general fund and which ones are not?
We do it by department. We don't have it by general fund.
I understand that.
So we could certainly come up with something that's different by general fund. The problem is when you look at IT, it's paid for by all funds, and so is the administrative departments are also paid by all funds while they're budgeted in the general fund. Overhead comes into the general fund and pays for it, so it's not exactly
I guess I'm
accurate.
looking for a set of footnotes so that I can clarify which is which. And if it would be fine with me if you said this one is an amalgamation of funds. This one is all general fund. This one is all enterprise.
Right, and you'll see in the department proposals when we get into those, you'll see a breakdown of general fund versus other funds.
Yes.
Not necessarily by FTE, but we can certainly get you that information.
I'd really like it here so that it's in one place. Thank you.
Mhm. So that's the big picture of the citywide budget and the general fund. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have on this, but our next step is to start going into each department's specific proposals.
Any questions at this point? Proceed.
Okay. So we will start with the administrative departments, city council, which also includes the community promotions, city manager's office, city attorney's office, office of community engagement, and then finance and non-departmental. We'll then talk about information technology and planning and economic development. At our meeting next week, we will talk about human resources, recreation and parks, fire, police, housing and community services, transportation and public works, Santa Rosa Water, and our capital improvement program. So, city council. Overall, the city council budget is organized in 3 program areas. You have administration, which is where most of your expenses come in. You'll see that in a minute. The city council is the legislative and policy-making body of the city, and that is the administration portion. The other two portions are elections and community promotions. You will see that there's a big drop in the elections cost this year, just because we don't have all the elections we had last year. So 78% of the budget is that administration component, and then we have, it's split evenly amongst the other two programs. So kind of the highlights here, we do show council member salaries and benefits versus non-council member salaries and benefits. In the non-council member salaries and benefits, that is some salaries and benefits that are tied to community promotion programs, along with police security that is at the council meetings. And I believe the $5,000 change this year is from one of the community promotions to provide fire prevention at the Santa Rosa Downtown Market. The other thing that...
Excuse me, Ms. Lochner, I just
Yes.
wanted to point out, in case any members of the public get confused about this, that it's not $72,000 in council members' salary per council member. It's $72,000 for all 7.
For the entire year.
Yes, thank you.
So what's confusing here really is your professional services budget. While we've dropped $450,000 from that budget for election services, we've also added some increased costs. So there is the Sonoma County Transit Authority Climate Agreement, which is $142,000. And there's $75,000 for goal setting and some of the other strategic work that we do with the council. There's $56,000 for the 150th birthday celebration, and I'm not going to say the word. It's like the neonicotinoids, right? And then there's also $125,000 built into this budget to help with polling, education, and strategy around possible future vote of the public for a bond issuance or some other revenue measure.
On the Regional Climate Protection Authority number, 142,000, I know that went up quite a bit last year. Where was that in the budget before?
I'm not certain it was, or if it was a very small amount. But I can look. I don't know.
I'm actually, I need to do a little more research on that front to come back to you guys. I might come back next week about that, because I've had a different message delivered to me from SCTA's chairperson recently, so I'm not sure if we're putting the executive director. So I just need to confirm something on that front. But let me follow up on that question.
So the other big change you see in here outside of information technology, so there's a big increase there, and it's due to the additional support IT is providing to the council with the iPads and those costs. And in the miscellaneous, while it looks like we've actually reduced that budget, that again was associated with election costs at $35,000, but we have added some additional funding there for council to attend trainings and conferences and some of those things that as we evolve and take on some of these new initiatives, we need to make sure that we all have enough information to do it correctly. So the council's budget is 100% funded with the general fund. What we've included as additional needs for within this budget are $16,000 additional funding for trainings and meetings, like I just said, and $125,000 for the polling education and strategy for a possible ballot measure coming in November of 2018. So in total, you'll see that, in each department that has additional needs, you'll see this slide. It will be cumulative at the end of the presentation, but since council's first, you get the line items, and so far we're at $141,000. So budget highlights, again, we're not having an election this year, so there's $485,000 that came out of the budget, but we added money for professional services and for the climate agreements. Some of the accomplishments from the council this year, you hired a city attorney. We're very happy to have her. We were able to pass Measure O and N in November, which allowed us to move on with some of our other more difficult conversations. You've been supporting the medical cannabis and rent stabilization ballot measures. Courthouse Square got reunified. We've developed a housing first strategy. You've formally proclaimed a local homeless emergency. Adopted a medical cannabis ordinance, which is going to be expanded to cover recreational use. Completed the pre-annexation agreement for Roseland, the negotiations with the county to get that in place. And we've completed an RFP for a new solid waste hauler, or we're right at the tail end of that RFP process. So for the community promotions, and I believe Councilmember Sawyer sat on the selection committee for this, what we have is community promotions funding was established by the council policy in 2000. And it provides funding for events that have broad-based community participation and are open to the public and take place in the city, and they must be a nonprofit. The current funding level is $125,000. Last year, the council funded 14 events after reviewing and receiving 20 requests, and they totaled over $242,000. This year, the council received 22 requests, which total over $198,000, and the committee is recommending the council fund 13 of these events at $125,000. So, and I don't know if Councilmember Sawyer has anything else to say about how they came about selecting those particular events.
Well, I might just mention that it is an exhaustive discussion in making sure that those that receive the funds adhere to our requirements, and that they also report not only how they will be using the money, but how they used it in the past, if they had been funded in the past. I might note that the funding has not increased, in fact went down during the recession and then back up to 2000 levels. So we have been using the same funds for quite some time. And I'm hoping in the future, this is not the year to be asking, but I'm hoping in the future that we are able to, in a sense, modernize our community promotions funding budget up from the 125, but we are holding level, and we'll watch it and see if perhaps there are opportunities in the future to increase some of the funding, and because it has been 17 years since we've had any increase. But this is not the year.
Thank you.
So if there are any questions?
Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the $80,000 for the professional services for the city's 150th birthday celebration, who's got the authority to spend that? And the reason I ask, being on the subcommittee, I know once the subcommittee actually selected the logo, for instance, and then once it came to council to select the contractor who's going to manage the events coordinator. Can anyone share how that?
I'm sorry, it was
So the
somewhere
150th
else.
birthday.
So we have $80,000 for the sesquicentennial. There you go, Debbie. And we have a committee, and I would just like some clarity. When does it have to come back to the council? When does staff have the authority?
I would turn that to the members of the subcommittee that are working on this particular issue. I mean, right now we're just asking for allocation. I would defer to Mayor Corsi and Councilmember Sawyer about what's going on that they can share with the council.
And I'll defer to Mayor.
I can-
Mr. Sawyer.
I can respond to
Mayor
that. Right now, we are in the process of an RFP for a coordinator, and we'll be able to dive a little more deeply into the cost that we are anticipating once we have that coordinator in place. So these funds are budgeted for. We try to anticipate as much as possible what our needs would be, but we don't have. I can't offer you right now a list of expenditures until we have that coordinator in place.
I guess the reason I wanted to bring it up, being on the committee, I would hope the committee has the authority to spend it as it sees fit for the sesquicentennial, because anytime something has to come to council, again, it delays it, and as my two colleagues who are also on that committee, it tends to slow the process down.
Well, I don't think I can do that. I think we might be able to. I guess I need to sit down with the subcommittee and understand what the request is and what the need is. I'm sorry, I can't just give you guys cash and have you go out and spend it. I got to figure out the process is. So I'm amenable to finding this in the budget process so that we get the authority designated. I have the authority up to $100,000 to execute. That may be simply what we're asking. But if we could just maybe caucus about the plans, and then I'll pledge to find the solution during the budget process that it gets it clearly laid out, council member.
So that's where I'm trying to get the clarity. So if the council approves that money, because what's frustrating for the committee who have been meeting a lot of volunteers, and then they're making a recommendation, the money is there, but yet then we have to get it authorized by the council, and there's already 3 subcommittee or council members on that subcommittee.
I'm now following the question. I didn't really understand the question before. Now that I understand it, I'll work with the subcommittee to understand what the request is, and we can lay out that authority in the budget process to get that streamlined.
Great, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Combs.
I have a question about the specific Art is Medicine show. That's the Imaginist group. Are we specifically funding only that program, or are they being limited to only that, or are other Imaginist overhead functions included? Or it used to say Imaginists, and now it specifically says Art is Medicine. So I'm trying to clarify what it is we're funding.
It is specific to that program.
Okay, thank you.
That was the request from them. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so our next budget to look at is the city manager's office. The city manager's office is essentially broken into 2 programs. We have administration and we have the city clerk. As you know, the city manager is responsible for oversight of the city organization and works closely with the council in making sure we're operating and working towards your goals. The city clerk is responsible for administering the city's legislative process, doing municipal elections, and managing our document retention and management program. Within the budget, you can see the general administration is the lion's share of the budget. There's a little bit of money in there for what we call operating and maintenance projects. They're within the general fund, so they don't rise to the level of a CIP project. But we do have some projects that we take on within the general fund. So the highlights here are, as you will see, there's an increase in salaries and benefits, and this is with the addition of 2 positions within the city manager's office. One position is a communications and intergovernmental relations officer. That was discussed quite a bit in the goal setting. And that is actually funded through use of the city manager's contingency. So the funding for that particular position comes from someplace else within the general fund. And it has no overall effect. So it was a prior budgeted amount that we just removed and pushed into a position to help the organization move forward with our communications. The second position is an FTE for contract administration, and that is paid for through our refuse hauling contract. So again, it is money that's coming in to pay for that particular position, and then the balance of what's left from the money coming in from that contract for this is actually going into the O&M projects. So there is a portion that goes into the O&M projects that's coming from the garbage contract. And what we need for the O&M projects really is to be able to do some auditing and some management outside of what a contract manager could really do going forward, such as making sure the diversion rates that are being reported to us are accurate, and that we've done a sort and account that's individual to Santa Rosa so that we can meet our goals and needs as well.
Excuse me, Ms. Luckner. Go ahead, Ms. Fox.
First, I really want to thank you for the good work in follow-up on our trash and waste hauler. The work that our staff has done, monitoring and ensuring diversion, and staying on top of that has been excellent, and I appreciate that we're moving that forward. That said, I'd like to roll back a little bit to a couple of things you mentioned earlier regarding the contingency fund of the city manager. And I just want to know, I understand a portion of that will be used for salary for a new FTE that you're transferring money. Can you give me a rough idea how much would be left in the contingency fund after that? And roughly how much of the contingency fund has been used in the past for contingencies?
So this is not the only place where the city manager has spent his contingency fund. So essentially, you'll see this in a couple other small areas.
So
this
are
is
we
the
moving forward
largest.
without a contingency fund for
No.
the city manager in the future?
No, we are, he has retained about $53,000 in his contingency fund for this budget cycle.
Okay, and in the past, has the contingency fund been funded in excess of this amount, or have we in the past needed the contingency fund?
In the past, we have needed the contingency fund for initiatives that come up kind of mid-year, where we need to do something and get on top of a situation, and we've used it for that.
So what's the proposal for future contingencies if this fund is going, and this isn't a one-time, right? This is an ongoing salary?
So this is an ongoing salary issue. To be honest, one of the challenges is with any kind of contingency fund, the questions I have to field are, why did you make such and such choice? So what we're trying to do is commit as much of it as possible so that there is clarity and transparency about how this fund is going to be used.
That's a little odd, though, for contingencies. I mean, that's kind of like
but
your
again,
emergency supply, right?
Well, again, I think in the best practice is to not necessarily have a full fund like this. I think the dollar amount will lead folks to speculate and spend said dollar amount. I think it's a better practice to actually, and you're going to see this, one of the issues we have is on emergency management, is committing as much of the funding up front as we possibly can to projects. That said, this was also an attempt to keep this need for communications intergovernmental position as cost neutral as we possibly could. The reality is this is where you get a chance to provide input if you don't want to move forward with this position. As long as we understand the issues with that, or you want to fund differently, I'm open to those conversations. The OEC issue that we're trying to tackle is an inability to communicate across platforms, which is a critical, you'll see that later on in the budget presentations, is that we right now cannot integrate our communications with the county and the state. That needs to be fixed, and so instead of waiting into the year, we're committing some contingency dollars to fix that. I think moving forward, as much of that we can do in this budget process, so there's clarity and transparency, and if issues come up of magnitude, to bring that forward to the entire body, for the body to designate those funds moving forward.
I appreciate your clearly expressed need to hire into this position and your willingness to sacrifice your own contingency fund for that purpose. But it concerns me to have an ongoing position come out of a contingency fund. And I will allow my fellow council members to either say no problem for them, or maybe we should have this as a fuller discussion.
So let me rephrase it. There's a contingency fund that currently sits at $300,000 in the city managers. What I think we're inartfully expressing is that we're having that contingency fund to $150,000, part of ongoing. So again, ongoing, the contingency will stand at $150. What we're proposing is, before we get into even to the budget cycle, there are a couple items that we think we need to address for operational consistency, and those will be funded out of the contingency fund. So I think the better way to explain this is we're having the contingency fund to cover the costs of this position ongoing, so the contingency fund would sit at $150. We have a couple of programs coming through non-departmental that we feel like we need to address, and we're committing those funds in the budget process. That would mean that there's about $50,000 of uncommitted contingency fund moving forward.
Where is the contingency fund reflected in the...
It sits in non-departmental, which I believe, when is that?
So that comes up at the end of the administrative departments. And the reason it sits in non-departmental is because that is where you put citywide programs or things that cannot be cost allocated for purposes of federal programs. So we do a cost allocation plan. We do not cost allocate anything in the non-departmental, and because this isn't allocated to a particular project or program, it's not allocated, you can't allocate it under the requirements of cost allocation. That's why it's in non-departmental. We also, when things come up, just to address Councilmember Combs's concern, as things come up throughout the year, we evaluate every department's budget to look and see if there's a way to fund it before we go to the city manager's contingency. That is our first direction anyway. So while we haven't necessarily spent $300,000 every year on contingency needs, in some years we do, and in other years we don't. We have used that money for some of those things that come out through the year that really, quite frankly, could be funded within the department's own budget. And so we're trying to make sure that, we live within our means. We have a designated budget amount. If something comes up that we can't live within our means, we think it's important to bring it back to the full body and tell you what's come up and how much it's going to cost and how we're going to pay for that, or how we'd request you to pay for it.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you. My colleagues asked a couple of questions I had, but reflecting back on the conversation when this position first came to us, the figure seemed significantly higher back then than what it is now, and I know some of my colleagues had some feedback regarding the level this place would be in the organization. I still share those concerns, and not seeing any dollar figure. Again, comparing what we were presented with this position first time and now, there's a lack of information. Can you share any more information about what salary range would this position be in?
Well, it is, I beg your forgiveness on the fact that that wasn't included in the backup materials, and we'll forward that to council. But there is a job description with a salary range. It's in the 100 to 127 range, which was, again, the instruction was that I had gotten was to think at the next tier down in that conversation, and so we adjusted the position. But I will forward the job description and the salary range. I will have that forwarded to the council.
So again, without more information on it, I'm a little hesitant that, given our other priorities, that this position meets some of the council goals.
So, absolutely.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So, first of all, I'm actually okay with what you're presenting as far as the intergovernmental relations officer, and because I think you found a pretty creative way in your budget to pay for it. So it has my support. My only question is the contingency fund separate from your signing authority, or does your signing authority come from your contingency fund of up to $100,000?
No, there's a separate authority.
Okay, thank you.
And just so I'm understanding here, the contingency fund will no longer be $300,000.
That's the, yes, it'll be half of that, a dollar amount.
So this position is not going to be coming out of the contingency fund every year. It's going to be a new position paid for like other positions.
Yes.
The contingency fund will be smaller.
Yes.
And if we have contingencies above and beyond $150,000, what's the process then?
Well, that will mean a full conversation with councils to allocate the appropriate funds if we're in those conversations. The other thing you're going to see brought forward in the fire department that we're going to be bringing forward in a joint exercise between emergency preparedness and the finance department is a conversation about your processes around particularly emergency situations so that those can be addressed in a formal policy. I have a feeling that this may have been in lieu of some of those conversations, but I think a formal policy that delegates and designates responsibilities is what is needed in these conversations.
All right. And on the communications and intergovernment position, will that come back to us separately, or are we essentially giving you the go-ahead at this point?
Well, again, this is the first study, the two study sessions to see what additional information you will have. You will have a public hearing in June where you will make those final decisions. So this is to communicate, you know, we'll get the information out, and then in June you'll be making final decisions about what's moving forward, what's not moving forward.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Okay, thanks.
So just again, the city manager's office is 100% funded through the general fund. The additional needs are the two additional positions. We show no net cost for these two positions because they did come from elsewhere within the budget to pay for them. Highlights of the city manager's budget. Again, we've reduced the contingency to pay for the one position. The other position is paid for through garbage contract revenue. There's a small increase in other miscellaneous line item to deal with increased costs for trainings and conferences. And then the O&M projects really is, you know, there's these three things. So $147,000 really is to continue to analyze the garbage franchise that is offset by revenue. So it's part of the garbage contract itself. And that's, like I said, to make sure that, you know, what we're getting reported as our statistics, we can audit them and make sure that, that we have documentation that what we're reporting, such as diversion rates, are accurate and meet the needs of the contract. In addition, there's $20,000 in there to analyze the PACE program and $10,000 for strategic planning. So accomplishments for the year, the city manager's office did hire our director of community engagement and our director of water, and I believe they're probably both here. Yeah. They completed the council elections in November of 2016, which also included the measure O and N So that was a lot of work that went into educating the public and passing those measures. The cannabis and rent stabilization measures are going forward in June. Again, that is part of this fiscal year. We've developed recommendations for annual fiscal accountability, implemented your city council goals, manage and prepare the agendas and postings for 49 city council meetings, and the department has responded to over 220 Public Records Act requests. And again, here's just a reminder of the key performance measures that are currently being managed through the city manager's office. And you know, if there's more data or other measures that you think are important, please let us know, and we'll see how we can include those at some point in the future. So that's the end of the city manager's office, if there's any additional questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So our next office is the city attorney's office, and so now you can not listen to me anymore. You get to listen to our new city attorney, and Catherine Marco is here to assist her. Catherine does a lot of work in developing the budget for the city attorney's office.
Good afternoon. Our office, we currently have 14.9 FTEs. We are asking for an additional city attorney, assistant city attorney. Our office is divided. We have 2 administrators, with Catherine leading that, and she is invaluable. We currently have 7 city attorneys, assistant and deputy city attorneys. Again, we're going to be asking for 1 additional attorney. We have 3 secretaries and 2 paralegals. We provide services for, obviously, for the entire city, and we cover quite a variety. On the litigation side, we review, actually this is going to be kind of divided up. So one section of the litigation, one segment of the litigation work, we review, evaluate, and recommend disposition of all the claims that come through to the city. We defend litigation that's filed against the city and its employees. We also prosecute cases where appropriate, where there have been breach of contract or other kinds of prosecutions. Also on the CUPA prosecutions for environmental crimes. We approve, on the advice side, we approve as to form all the contracts, surety bonds, ordinances, resolutions, and policies, both city council policies and departmental policies. We provide legal advice to quite a variety of boards and commissions, the city council, several of the city council subcommittees we also sit with, the Planning Commission, the Board of Public Utilities, the Housing Authority, and on occasion other subordinate boards and commissions on request. We review the agendas for all of those listed bodies for both legal compliance and for Brown Act compliance. We provide advice and written opinions to city staff and to city council, again, city staff from all of the departments. We advise the city council and the departments regarding really a very wide variety of issues, including franchise agreements, landfill issues, water supply, water quality, land use, CEQA, housing, homelessness, other infrastructure issues. We provide advice and support on employment and labor issues. We prosecute city code violations, working with the Code Enforcement Division of Housing and Community Services. We oppose release of weapons that have been seized by the police, and we represent the police department in pitches motions hearings. We really are involved, and I want to emphasize that we are involved in all of the council top priorities. So housing, homelessness, infrastructure, Roseland annexation, cannabis regulation, and of course, others that are on your list. Our legal services are almost 100% of our budget, and The O&M project here that is listed, as you'll see, is a proposal for a case management software program. As with the other administrative departments, the bulk of our budget is salaries and benefits. That's about 90% of our budget. Professional services includes a continuation from last year of about $18,000. That was a status quo. It's a slight increase. That includes a contract with the district attorney to do some work, and then about $3,000 of miscellaneous contracts. We are asking for $25,000 of additional resources for additional legal services, outside legal services. This is, we have standing contracts with a couple of firms that have been very helpful in being able to call them on particular issues of their expertise, and particularly tax or elections. The balance of that amount of the 134 is we're transferring over some funds from other departments that are currently spent on legal services through other departments. We're going to bring that money and have those contracts run through and managed by our office instead. It also includes about $7,800 of non-attorney services, the various support services, particularly for our litigation, so service and things, service of process and similar. All of our budget is from the general fund. And here are our proposed additional needs. As I mentioned, we are requesting one full-time chief assistant city attorney. We anticipate that a portion of that attorney's work, perhaps about half of that attorney's work, will be to provide additional support for labor and employment. This will substitute for some of the outside labor and employment resources that the city currently engages. The remainder of that attorney's position will be to support our advice side, and I know from my own experience it's really essential that we have some additional resources on our advice side, keep the city's initiatives moving forward, minimize risks for the city, and to support both the day-to-day operations and all of the numerous more innovative initiatives that we're pursuing. The professional services I have already talked about. The $25,000 again are the small outside attorney specialized services that we can access quickly. The case management software, this is to bring us into the 21st century, to manage our litigation and our calendaring, watching for conflicts of interest, streamlining our procedures, and helping us to really track our work and our results. We have just begun to look at the options. We will be, of course, working closely with the IT department, and Catherine has begun to explore different options. We are really focused on that, on litigation support, to the extent that those programs may also provide broader office-wide scheduling and tracking systems. We're certainly going to be looking at that.
Excuse me, Ms. Gallagher. Question from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Gallagher, I wanted to ask a question about your budget. Last week, the council talked about the possibility of hiring a law clerk to enforce quality of life ordinances. Was it determined that this person wasn't needed and this was a service that could be folded into your existing staff, or is this something that just hasn't been addressed yet?
It has not yet been addressed. We, of course, last week had the initial study session to start talking about that issue, talking about what the options are. We are now going back and beginning to explore, taking those steps to work with our different partners and see what the options are and what's the best approach to go forward. Once we come back to council, if it looks like what is appropriate is to again bring in a law clerk, or whether it might be, there might be other options, or there might be a better way to do it within our office. It might be a better way to do it outside of our office. But we will bring those options back to you.
Thank you.
Budget highlights, the $83,000 increase in the professional services are really the monies that are currently used for outside counsel through other departments on labor issues, and that will be transferred from the human resources budget into the budget for our office, and we will be managing that contract. Obviously working very closely with HR, but it will be run through our office. The other are miscellaneous increases. Primarily, these numbers all reflect increases based on status quo. We are also asking in our budget for additional money in the subscriptions for legal software to support 2 more licenses for our Westlaw services, 1 for the new attorney, and those licenses come in pairs, so it would also be for a support person. Similarly, we will be asking for an additional $1,500 for training, again, because of the new attorney. Accomplishments, I want to first talk about some of our more general accomplishments, and then I'll face these two, or address these two, not face them. We have represented the city to successful conclusion in numerous litigation actions representing potentially significant exposure to the city or its employees. That's been very successful. One thing too I want to highlight, and the next is a code enforcement action that Adam Abel handled, in which we successfully shut down and abated drug and criminal activity at 55 Richmond Drive under the Drug Abatement Act. That was a new procedure, and Adam was very successful in that effort. The owner had disrupted the neighborhood for several decades by maintaining a safe haven for drug dealers and users. We also drafted a rent control ordinance, provided advice to the city officials regarding the referendum petition process and the resulting ballot measure that'll be decided by the voters on June 6th. We've provided ongoing support to planning and economic development in developing regulations applicable to the medical cannabis industry and in drafting the cannabis industry tax that is also on the ballot on June 6th. We've provided advice and support in negotiating Roseland pre-annexation agreement and support in connection with the LAFCO application. We've assisted with the SEQA review and approval of the revised courthouse square reunification and the related funding work. We've negotiated a $2 million payment to the city in settlement of contract dispute between the city and the garbage collection franchisee, and we reviewed and assisted in the new garbage franchise RFP and in drafting the anticipated agreement. We've also assisted in development of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and those are just a few of the things that we've done. Now, specific to these 2 accomplishments, these are specific to our additional needs requests from last year. That's what these 2 relate to. The funds for the first, for the Deputy City Attorney, come from the Consumer Protection Fund. And our new attorney started just last month, and she has begun to provide additional legal support for code enforcement, beginning to move those cases along. She's a wonderful addition to our office, comes with about 7 years of litigation experience, and is highly qualified. We also have hired a senior administrative assistant that was filled last September. And he has also provided great support for our department, and we've really appreciated his assistance as well.
Ms. Gallagher, could you tell us those 2 people's names?
Yes, I can.
I put you on the spot.
You put me on the spot. No, Jenica Hembler is our new city attorney, and this is going to be very embarrassing because it's Rory Odell. Of course, I know that. Rory O'Day. He came as a transfer from finance. We pilfered. And they're both great additions to our office.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Councilman? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next department that's going to present is our Office of Community Engagement. And while I recognize they are primarily an operating department and should not necessarily be included with the administrative departments, they just recently moved out of the city manager's office and to their own department. So you will see they move around a little bit as we evolve their program. But we're going to go ahead and keep them with the administrative departments for this year.
Thank you very much. And joining me is actually Serena Leno, who is the primary budget person who's going to answer any more in-depth questions that you might have. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon about the Community Engagement Department and to share what we've requested in the budget for FY 17-18. The Office of Community Engagement has two primary focus program areas. One is community engagement and the other one is the Violence Prevention Partnership. The Violence Prevention Partnership is actually funded by Measure O, and it focuses working collaboratively with about 50 organizations to actually intervene with young people and introduce more pro-social behaviors and really reduce violence across the city. It's very successful with a number of programs that are funded through the Choice Grant Program and the Mini Choice, but also staff has been really innovative in introducing other programs like the one mentioned earlier by the city manager, which was the Parent Engagement Month. The second effort that we have ongoing is actually staffed with me and a community engagement coordinator. And the two of us actually are focused on supporting the other departments. We have the charge of working with the Open Government Task Force recommendations and staffing the, staffing CAB, or the Community Advisory Board. It's a relatively small budget compared to some that you'll see tomorrow, but it's $1.9 million, and the majority of that budget is actually funded by Measure O. So about a third of the budget is funded. Looking here at expenditures by program, you'll see that the majority of it is actually in the Violence Prevention Program and the balance of it in community engagement. Here's a more detailed look at the budget expenditures by category, and the significant changes there are in salaries and benefits. And the explanation there is largely that over the last year, there were actually 4 vacancies. My position was vacant, as was the program manager for violence prevention, an outreach coordinator, an outreach specialist, and a senior admin assistant. So with those vacancies, you end up seeing what appears to be a lower budget amount when in fact the expenditures go up as the positions are filled. The other significant increase there in information technology is actually allocated as not a cost that we get to control. And then in the CIP and the OM, that kind of odd line down at the bottom, it actually represents the general fund contribution for, or the match for Measure O. Just another way of looking at the same data. And so responding to Councilmember Combs' earlier question, you can see here the distribution between the general fund and the Measure O funds for how the budget is actually supported, or in this case, the expenditures. I think the way that we're doing this is actually a continuation of the additional needs that were listed earlier by other parts of the administration area. And so the one that's highlighted there is the general fund support for additional salaries and benefits. In the Office of Community Engagement, there are only 7 positions. 2 of those positions actually serve dual purposes, which is largely funded by Measure O, and then provide some administrative support to the community engagement side of the House. So we did a calculation of roughly 30% between those 2 individuals, and the general fund share of those positions is $55,000, and it's an ongoing cost. The most significant thing in our budget this year actually represents a position that we have that's funded by CalGRIP, or the California Gang Reduction, Intervention, and Prevention Grant Program. That program is funding a community outreach specialist, and the program ends in December 2017. And what we've been able to, what we've proposed and gotten approved by the Measure O Oversight Committee is an extension of that position through June 30, 2018 by using additional funds from Measure O. The Oversight Committee approved that recommendation or request, as did Rec and Parks, which shares that portion of the Measure O funds with us. And once again, we've got the success of hiring the Community Engagement Director. That was on...
Excuse me, Ms. Barnes. Don't want to interrupt that highlight, but Ms. Combs has a question.
We would love for you to do the highlights and the accomplishments uninterrupted. I'd like to roll you back a little bit to your budget and your additional needs. My understanding is that the Community Advisory Board is through this program, through the community engagement piece of it. I also understand from talking to representatives there that they voted unanimously to support a recommendation to increase funding to the Community Advisory Board. Is that here in the additional needs, or is it somewhere else?
It is not presently in the budget.
Okay. At what point were you going to ask us about that again?
So this is the process for you to ask the question. There's going to be plenty of things that are not in the budget. This again, I know it rests in a tier 2 conversation, but we wanted to make sure council got the full fiscal picture before we started going in. And again, there are lots of asks out there, and right now it is it's a challenging situation to be in, and so. We also have new leadership, a fully staffed up organization here to get to an understanding of what really is trying to be accomplished. I wanted to give staff some more time, but again, it sits there as you know about the ask. They've come directly to ask about that. It's been reported out that they've had a...
So the Santa Rosa Together made a specific ask. My understanding is that the Community Advisory Board made the ask more general so that it could be used in a variety of other ways, that part of the ask involved neighborhood outreach, and that part of the ask involved some technology within the department. It concerns me not to see even a percentage of that make it through here. I appreciate that we're in tight times. They've asked for 60,000. That may be higher than we can go, but I'm surprised not even to see 20 or 30 being asked as a way of instituting or initializing a program that is being requested by the community.
Well, again, there are lots of requests from the community. I put it out there. Frankly, this is a new leadership team here that needs some time to assess. You're welcome as council to forward something. We do understand that that's on a tier 2 item. As I said in my introductory comments, there's going to be some things missing from this budget. This is one of those items missing from the budget. I also have $50,000 in contingency that hasn't been allocated at this point. Yeah, there are lots of places to get into the conversation, but we're clearly, it's very tough to prioritize all these asks. It's not
I understand,
that we have
but it's not like one of the $1 million asks. This is
but all these asks,
double-digit asks.
Again, this is your opportunity to voice where you want to have that conversation. That's why we did try to publish the tier 2 items. This is obviously a tier 2 item. There's going to be these moments throughout the budget presentation,
I just wanted to clarify that the board itself expressed that they felt they had the need also.
Yeah, and we understand.
Thank you.
So returning to the presentation, the list of accomplishments is actually pretty significant there. As the city manager said, there were a number of vacancies. We had 4 at one point during the fiscal year, and they've all been filled now. So we've got a full staff contingent. The Community Advisory Board approved 14 community improvement grants totaling $12,852. And the challenge that we face there that we want to actually take on this next year is actually partner CAB members with the grantees, because we have a pretty low reimbursement rate, roughly about 30%. So a number of folks who actually apply for grants, get them approved, then they don't complete their project and get the reimbursement. Another significant accomplishment was actually working with the IT department and other marketing staff from across the city to launch the new website, which is getting really very positive reviews and continue to be tweaked a bit, but the reception has been pretty overwhelming. The CAB group conducted the 8 community meetings to obtain input for the city's CIP program, and co-led 6 community meetings and developed 8 educational commercials about the Rosa annexation. You guys saw some of those at last week's meeting, and they're still being rolled out through June. And then the choice grants totaled $603,000 to 9 agencies, and the mini choice grants, which have a limit of $5,000, were awarded to 8 different projects. And then finally, the City Council accepted the Community Safety Scorecard, and currently the partnership is working on the new strategic plan for 2017 to 2022. We expect that project to be done by June, and related to that, we actually are extending the current grant so that we can issue the new RFP in alignment with the strategic plan so that they can actually be reflected in the new grant proposals. This is actually following up on Mr. McHenry's presentation earlier, and we are still working on some measures that we want to report out, but at a minimum, we were able to pull together and know for certain that we, as a composite, granted over $648,000 through the Choice Grant Program, the Mini Choice Grant Program, and the CAB program. Here's another look at that. It's kind of aggregated, and you can see kind of the relative size of the grant awards, and the choice grants are the most significant, with the CAB and mini choice grants being just slices of the pie when you look at it in totality there. And then on this slide, we have to confess that we discovered that the choice grant and mini choice grant legend is flipped so that the colors are the reverse. But it's a look at the number of grants that were awarded through the various programs. And any questions?
Council, further questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to express my support for doing our best to try to identify $20,000 for this community incubator program and associations. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next department is a department near and dear to my heart. It would be the finance department. And then that'll be followed with, I believe, non-departmental will be done with the administrative departments and roll into some of the operating departments. So with the finance department, we are 8 program areas. And so they are administration, financial services, purchasing, revenue, payroll and benefits, parking, operation and maintenance, parking enforcement, and the successor agency. Administration, of course, we support every single division and program within the finance department and outside of the finance department as well. Financial services does the budget and the audit and everything in between. Purchasing includes our central warehouse, accounts payable, and some contract management for citywide contracts that don't really have a department that owns them. They do procurement, surplus disposal, purchasing cards, which is the P-card credit cards, and then the warehousing to the central warehouse to support other city departments. Revenue is, they collect our revenue, and they also do the utility billing and help us manage some of our city tax revenue and our business tax, the management of the contract for our business tax. Payroll and benefits, of course, they produce our paychecks every 2 weeks, but there's way more involved than just producing a paycheck. So they also manage our deferred compensation programs. They make payments on the employee benefits. They do costing and support for labor negotiations, and just a great job of managing our payroll systems. And then we have parking operation and maintenance. They serve 2 million customers a year that come to our area and manage our surface lots, our garages, and our on-street spaces. They make sure our meters are working and everything's in good repair and clean when our customers come to the city. Parking enforcement monitors and regulates the parking meters and the time zones. And that covers the downtown central parking district along with the Railroad Square meter zone and 6 residential permit zones. And then the successor agency is really just a wind down of the old redevelopment agency being managed by the finance department. So here's a breakdown of the overall programs. As you can see, parking and revenue are the largest divisions within the department. Successor agency, while it's a lot of money, it's really just debt service, so there's not a lot of staff. There's one, that's me. And I do have some support for the agendas to make sure they get posted properly, because that's a little beyond what I can do with the technology. So, but it is primarily, we're in a very much a wind down phase and just paying debt service. There's not a lot of programs left to come forward to unwind our agency, and the CIP and O&M projects are primarily within our parking division as well. So salaries and benefits, you can see there are changes. I'll get into that in a little bit when we talk about the budget highlights. We have some additions, we have some deletions. It's kind of not something you can nail down directly. Professional services is, you know, a lot of this is bank and credit card fees. So as Eric talked earlier about that we're using more internet payment services, we also pay a per transaction fee for that. So there are banking charges associated with that. It is less costly than having staff take it and process it and all that goes with a payment like that. But there are an increased cost for banking service fees, and then some other miscellaneous increases. We do have contracts that cross all of our divisions, primarily within revenue. They manage some of our big revenues, sales tax and property tax consulting. We have our business tax consultant, which is paid for with business license fees. And then we have just various contracts within the parking programs and citywide contracts for sweeping, power washing, tree maintenance, fire risers, pipe repair, cleaning, that kind of work. So those contracts, we do go out to bid, and this is what it takes to pay them. You see some reductions in utilities. So we are putting solar facilities on a couple of our garages, and that should show an offsetting reduction in our cost of power. The other big one is you see liability insurance. So again, that's not something we can control at a department level, but it is, we see a little reduction in ours. You'll see that there's actually increases in non-departmental for the same line item. It changes depending on what facilities each department manages and how their insurance comes through for the year, and it's managed through risk management. The indirect cost, that's citywide overhead, as you can see. We don't have control over that as well. And then CIP and O&M projects, that is really based on a 10-year plan that we have within the parking programs to address the capital needs of managing those facilities. You can see that our programs are funded through 4 funding sources. We have general fund, we have the parking district fund, we have our pooled investment fund, and then we have the successor agency, redevelopment agency obligation retirement fund. It has a really big name. But that is really, like I said, primarily just to pay debt service on existing debt. So the additional needs proposed for the finance department really center around our payroll activities. We did a payroll study that shows we are, short-staffed, as I believe every department will tell you they're short-staffed. What we're proposing to do to address the problem immediately within the payroll division is to reclassify a vacant position, which is an accounting technician, and make that a payroll accounting services supervisor. That will allow us to have some of the higher level technical expertise and pull some of the direct supervision off the payroll manager so she can manage some of the higher level work that needs to be done as we're looking at changes in law and how we're going to make sure we're compliant in changing our payroll systems and addressing our policy issues. The other thing we are doing is adding an additional payroll specialist. Now, while this doesn't get us up to the level the staffing study says, we think we can manage with the one additional staff member in the higher level position, and we will continue to assess the needs as we go forward. So really that is our budget highlight. So I'm not going to go back into that anymore. One other thing we did was we reclassified a vacant storekeeper position to a store specialist. I believe the difference in pay was around $300 a year, so it didn't really make sense to have two different levels of staff in a two-person operation. They really need to be able to do the same job and back each other up for breaks and for vacations. The other thing we've done within our parking program is we eliminated 1.5 vacant parking operations aides and positions and are using the money from that to add an additional senior administrative assistant. As we get more software and more data to manage, it's important to have that administration work to help us capture and manage the information we have. Some of our accomplishments for the year, so we were super excited that last year the council gave us a technology application specialist to help out with our accounting system, IFAS, primarily with payroll. That has created a great improvement in getting reports out, getting the data out that we need, and making us more efficient within the payroll programs to kind of spot check some of the, we can find some of the errors that may be in the system through reports that we didn't have available to us before. So it's created a great efficiency for us, and we're able to get the information done a little quicker. And so the staff isn't working as much overtime, which is a great benefit. There's a lot of that had to be done by hand before. The other thing is within our revenue area, we have added one limited term administrative technician that is helping with the Help to Others program and some of the software integration that's required with our meter upgrade project. What you don't see on here, because it just got approved by the BPU on May 4th, is an additional position that will be charged, again, a limited term position that will be paid for through the meter upgrade project, and that's primarily to help us ensure that we have the data correct as we go live with the automated meters that are going to be read, and making sure everything's connected and that we have all the right data in place to move forward with an efficient program. And that you'll see it next week on the water department slides when they talk about theirs, but we didn't have enough time to get it into this presentation for today. And you'll also see it as a change when we come forward in June for adoption of the budget, as something changed since what you saw in the study sessions. So as our accomplishments, we produced and published the budget report and the CAFR. We do this every year, but it is a Herculean task, and we're proud of it. And we get distinguished budget awards, and we get awards for being, high-performing CAFRs. And thanks to the staff for all the work they put into that, but it is our two major projects that we take on every year. In addition, this year, we established within our staff an internal audit unit. The internal audit unit has completed 2 audits, and as well while the third audit's completed, we don't necessarily have the policies completed to go with it. So my internal audit group, which is 1 person, so I can't really call her a group, did a petty cash and change funds audit, and from that we did generate a policy. It will be an administrative policy signed by the city manager and available to all city staff. We did go through a meet and confer process, so it has been vetted through staff. We also have done a procurement card audit, but we're working on the policy associated with that. And in addition to that, the internal auditor did do a performance audit of Santa Rosa's Community Media Access Center when that happened, to get an idea of where we sat with that company as they managed our PEG funds. And so that was really instrumental in having that information and helping the council and staff to understand our needs on a go-forward basis and how we could address some of those issues. We created within our purchasing division a surplus in place program. So when you have surplus property, you no longer have to bring it to a central place. We can take a picture, we can post it up online, and we can sell it without having to go through a lengthy collect it, catalog it, get a surpluser to come in and haul it off and take it to auction. So this has created some efficiencies and allowed us to move surplus property a little quicker. In addition, we continue to make improvements to our payroll and timekeeping system to increase the ease of using and make it more efficient for both staff that's inputting the data and also extracting the data to make the paychecks for us. We have improved our process for business tax certificate renewal, and we continue to work with the vendor on making that a good program for our customers. There's always work to be done when you outsource a big program like that, and we continue to work on managing the program going forward. We've done energy efficiency lighting retrofits in our parking lots, numbers 6, 10, and 11. And if you ask me where they are, I'd have to say I'll get back to you. But you will be seeing in June a program that deals with progressive parking, which has maps. And I can certainly get you a map if you're really curious about where they are. We also completed our rollout of our Passport mobile payment application for all of our parking meters citywide, which has been very well received and allows people to avoid that ticket when they just thought they were only going for a 15-minute visit, and it ends up being longer. So with that, if you have any questions about the finance department, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions, Councilman Mr. Swedhelm?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And yes, I want to concur. I love Passport. It's awesome. I noticed on one of the additional personnel you did a payroll specialist. And I've also heard the city manager make comment to our boutique payroll system, and council has received some information about how different payroll functions. What is our long-term strategy? So I'm taking this, okay, it sounds like we have a boutique technology system, and now we're adding more personnel. At what point does the technology investment make more sense than the personnel investment? Are we heading in that direction?
We are still evaluating what's out there that can help us. With the addition of the technology application specialist, that work has come off of my payroll supervisor, so we actually have some technical support from the IT department. That's helped tremendously. We are still looking at what other systems might be out there. That's a longer process to make sure that we're meeting all of our needs and there's a coordinated effort needed. I think by adding the additional specialist, which is, we have 3 levels of staff in currently. It's the specialist, then the technical, and then there's the supervisors. So by adding an additional specialist, it takes some of the work off of them with the CalPERS reporting, which is complicated and time consuming. It's not necessarily higher level work, but just getting the system on the CalPERS side to react to information we put in takes time. So I think by adding the additional person to help us get that data into all the systems we have to get it in there, we can at least keep our heads above water while we try to look at a technical solution.
Great, because your staff does a phenomenal job in how they do what they do on each employee, you know, they're miracle workers. So yeah, any technology advancement that we could do, I'd be interested in hearing what we could do to support that, so thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Lochner.
So our last administrative department really is non-departmental. And like I said before, this is where we capture those expenses that cannot be cost allocated. So such as the animal shelter, you can't cost allocate that. You can't cost allocate the county admin fee that we pay for them to collect and remit property taxes, or where we have a budgeted underspend for our expenditures, or we have a budgeted amount for possible payouts of staff that are leaving city service. This is essentially where we capture that data. And this is also where the city manager's contingency was, and still is, just at a smaller amount. So these are essentially citywide programs that are not attributable to one particular department. So we do, within the non-program, I had to ask exactly what was included in that. So we include in that our budgeted underspend, our vacation payouts, and also the city manager's contingency. So expenses by category, you can see we do have salaries. The salaries really are the budgeted amount to pay out when people leave service, and we are required by law to pay out their vacation and other accrued time. The benefits, we have what's called an excess benefit fund for employees that have been here that earn more than the IRS allowed cap on pensions, but based on our agreements that they're allowed to the pension that they earn. But CalPERS bills us a little differently for those that are over the IRS maximum amount, and currently we're at about $10,000 for that. Professional services, that's where you're going to see animal control and those kinds of things. One thing I wanted to highlight here, we have changed this year our accounting practice. So you see under general fund administration, a big whopping negative $9 million. What that is where we have taken how the administrative departments that you just looked at, with the exception of Office of Community Engagement, how we allocate those costs within the general fund. So we've never really allocated our costs within the general fund, but we allocate it to other funds. This year, we have changed our accounting practice to allocate it to the other departments, so we can get a true cost of what those programs cost the city as we look at how we deliver service and become that 21st century delivery model. We need to understand the true total cost of all the programs that use those internal services. So we put that in non-departmental as a negative amount, and you will see an associated positive amount within the 4 biggest departments. We picked anything that allocated over $100,000. So there's 4 main departments. It would be police, fire, recreation and parks, and transportation and public works. And so you will see an amount of general fund overhead within those departments, and they offset. So this is, again, just a change in accounting, and so that we can assess the total true cost of those programs as we look to modernize our service delivery and where we need to have that understanding.
If I may, thank you for that. I think this has been a fairly long conversation about this, in my recollection, in the last number of years, and I really appreciate getting to see this so clearly laid out. So thank you very much for that shift in accounting so that it's so clear for us.
So the non-departmental programs are really funded through several funds. And you'll see, it looks like there's a huge drop in the 17-18 budget, but remember $9 million came off of that, so it's really not as much of a, it's not a negative $4.9 million of it, really. That's just the roll-up number, so I just need to point that out. We also have our pension obligation fund that pays our pension obligation debt, our COPs, which were refunded with the Courthouse Square capital lease, which is also a COP. And then we have a capital lease for our fire station, which is paid for through Measure O. So budget highlights, as you will see, the other two reductions to the city manager's contingency when we talk about those departments. The first one you saw was $147,000 to fund the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Officer in the City Manager's office. The other two uses of City Manager contingency is $75,000 to go to a transit integration and efficiency study, which is a study I believe that's going to be done regionally. That would be our contribution. And $75,000 to the IT department for emergency operations software. This is, while emergency operations are managed in the fire department, it's software, so that it needs to be in the IT department. In addition, it is software that will be allocated across the city because it's, we allocate IT's costs across the city based on the various usage of their programs, and since this is a program that will be used by every department in the city as part of the emergency operations, it's important to have the budget remain in the IT department. So highlights, $205,000 from our prior media access center expenditures was moved to the IT department, and that was done when we declined to continue with the agreement with C-Media, and that allows IT to have some professional support and some temporary workers to continue to broadcast various council and commission meetings. There's a $32,000 increase in the animal shelter budget, so, and I believe they're coming forward with a report to council on their budget at some point in the next month and a half. There's a little decrease in the debt service payments. So if you recall, when we did refinance our COPs within the general fund, we saved about $65,000 in COPs, but we're offset with other debt. So we see a change in the debt service payments. There's, like I told you, the change in accounting for the overhead reimbursements to the, it's 5 departments I left out, planning and economic development. And then there's a slight increase in, or decrease in O&M projects. We have revenue audit services that we had some balance and we're spending it down rather than continue to budget at the same level. We just didn't do a couple of the audits that we may have planned in the past, and it's in a what we call an O&M project. So it's a project within the general fund that goes stays with the project until we close it out. And then $26,000 increase to LAFCO for our annual payment to LAFCO. So with that, if there are questions on the non-departmental budget.
Questions? Thank you, Ms. Lochner.
So our next budget that will be discussed will be information technology.
Thank you, Mayor Corsi and Council. We're going to talk about the IT budget, proposed budget for 2017 and 18. The IT department encompasses 29 people now, and I'll go through the different organization structure in the next slide. We are broken into about 6 main areas, and one of them is new for us. The bottom one, media services, is new. The administration is me, my staff, and a little bit of web services. Development is the work led by Brian Tickner for doing application software development and support for the city. Operations is all the networking, computers, etc. GIS helps doing our centralized asset capture and mapping. PC replacement, that's a program we started a number of years ago where we replace every city PC on a 5-year basis in rotation, much like a fleet program. The new one is media services. That's the one that CFO Locker described that we picked up from the Community Media Center. Just a little bit more detail about the various areas and kind of how we partition our work. In the administration, which is my area, overall leadership for the city, IT department, but we also often start some of the new initiatives, the early stage initiatives in administration. Some of them are pilots, some of them are 1 or 2 year programs, some will be long-term programs. Then they get rolled into either operations or development. So for example, the smart city and the public Wi-Fi, as you all know, we just launched public Wi-Fi downtown. That was led out of administration working with operations, and now is in Christy Bartlett's operations group. We often fund things this way too. We may fund them initially in admin and then move them into the other groups later over time. As Director Barnes said, the website design was a big project of ours over the last 2 years. And of course, media services started in admin. We picked it up from C Media. Now it also is shifting over to operations. In development, which Brian Tickner leads, that's where we do all of our large-scale system applications. IFAS, which, like any large software application, has to get updated roughly once every year to 2 years. And those upgrades are fairly substantial and one to take great caution because we're working on live data with live production systems. Accela, of course, is our permitting and land use system that's used widely by PED, by Fire, by other departments as well, Public Works, Rec and Parks. The big one for us, though, is the in-house developed solutions. We're all about business efficiency, and so we tie our systems together really well. And by that, I mean that we have a concept of where's the system of record, and that's where the primary data associated with this or that resides, and then we link that data to other systems. And we link it automatically such that we don't have to keep the data twice. Departments don't have to double enter data, and the systems talk to each other. And that's all handled in the development area. In operations are sort of the stuff that we see a lot of times on a daily basis. It's the network and data security. You'll see some performance measures for our help desk, the number of service calls we answer per day and per week. Our GIS services, and now media services and PC replacement. And again, now that the free public Wi-Fi is happening, that's now under the operations group. And the media services, again, we were very fortunate when we took over responsibility for media services. We were able to bring with us a couple of key players from XC Media. They're in that room back there now. And so it's enabled us to sort of smoothly take on the government-related stuff. We just brought to council probably a month or so ago a partnership with the Sonoma County Library to develop media access labs in 4 Sonoma County branches. And they're just submitting their first list of equipment, and they should be buying it shortly with the goal of getting those 4 community labs up and running as quickly as possible. We're still talking about what we do about a media studio, a public access studio, and we'll get to that in a later discussion. The expenditures by program, again, administration is fairly the smallest one. Development and customer support both have had fairly substantial increases. As CFO Lochner described, though, because we have central IT, when a department, be it water or be it HR or be it fire department, needs to buy a significant software system that has significant support by IT, we put that in the IT budget. So some of these increases reflect positions that support other departments. And I'll talk about those a little bit later as we go through it. By category, I can go through these if you like. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Most of our work is in salaries and benefits like many other places. The professional services for IT are really around software licenses. We have well north, as you can see, in fact, just south of $2 million of software purchases every year. That's the groups like Excella for our licensing, for Socrata for our performance measures, for Granicus, for Socrata for open government, and for Granicus for legislative tools, for Esri for GIS. Those all lump together under professional services, and that's why that number is really high. We very rarely use consultants. That's pretty much software purchases. Go back one. Okay, great. We have two major funds. And I think as CFO Lochner said, we have an information technology fund, which is separate, and then we have a technology replacement fund, which, again, as I stated, we started a few years ago. We were in a situation where we had departments that had old PCs that did not have the means to replace them. And we decided to centralize all of our PC procurement. So every year, each department puts 1/5 of the cost of a new PC into this fund. And then every 5 years, we have the funds available to deploy a new PC. It's a little bit shorter for laptops, but it's about a 5-year term for PCs. So that's that technology replacement. Oh, am I misspeaking? That is a piece. That's the one, not the other one, right? Okay. Yes. Yeah, so this is we sometimes call this a PC replacement fund, but yeah, that is that fund.
Excuse me, Mr. McHenry. Question from Ms.
Thank you.
Combs.
Can we go back to page 118? I'm sorry. While not a great large amount, it is a large increase in other miscellaneous, and I just wondered if you could explain what that was. I think I missed it. It's not a large dollar amount. I'm just questioning what jumped.
I am not prepared to answer that right now.
Okay, maybe another
I deeply
time.
apologize.
No, it's okay. Just such a big jump. I thought I'd ask. Thank
Yeah,
you.
for percentage-wise, I should have had that answer. I apologize. I don't, though. But on the magnitude of the budget is fairly low, and that's,
And we're recording these questions.
yes.
We're writing these questions down and we will get answers.
Thank you.
Before you, just on that same slide, since it's being asked, I had the same question about the information technology and looking at the other departments. I guess it's equally distributed. Finance was at 23.9%. The next two departments are over 23 and 22%. Any ideas to, it's almost a 25% increase in IT costs. Do you know what attributes?
Yes, I do. So some of it is associated with the fact, it's a bunch of factors. Some of it is that roughly, I think it was $205,000 came from non-departmental, which is now in IT. So before it was budgeted as part of non-departmental, now it's budgeted in IT. So that shows up in my budget this year, but wasn't in my budget last year. That's one thing. The various additional needs that you've seen and have heard and will be seeing on software purchases, those go into that also for the net year-to-year increase. Various positions, we brought on board a technology application specialist supporting finance in half through the year last year. That counts in there, things like that. And so we also at IT, and also a larger number of people in the city, and so we have more PCs. And so that number gets spread across the departments on a roughly, it's attributed to number of employees is one part of it as well.
So again, from each of the individual departments, IT basically tells them this is what your increase is going to be, and it's distributed as to what their need is?
We have a very detailed cost allocation plan that we're fortunate enough to have finance help us with, and it's like the general fund cost allocation plan, where we look at all of our costs, so the ones that are included in these, the $6.7 million, and then we look at a bunch of different weighting factors, look at how many PCs a department has, how many licenses a department may use as part of Hansen or part of our asset management, how many licenses a department may use as part of permitting, specific things like other software bits that we have. Some of the HR software for recruiting software also is number of people. For the Granicus legislative suite, that gets split up by the number of meeting boards and committees. So all that stuff goes into this very elaborate model and gets pushed out across the departments. Then we review these with the department heads every year before we get to this point to make sure they're allocated fairly across the departments.
And so then is that from slide 119, the 11.5% increase in the computer replacement costs, is that embedded within, because it's almost, if you double the 11.5, it's almost exactly what each of the department's IT costs would be. So is that included in that increase?
Yes, hang on a second. Yeah, okay. Yes, that 11.5 is spread out across all the departments.
And so that would be included in that IT number
Definitely.
for each department?
Definitely.
Okay, thank
You're
you.
looking at this through different ways. They're not additive. I apologize. I see what you're asking. They're not additive. The Information Technology Fund, that is all of this stuff over here. Okay?
So what you see in the budget, you'll see IT twice. You see the IT budget itself in its isolation, and then you
Right.
also see it spread to all the departments. What happened this year is with reorganizations, we had some departments that became general fund departments, and they got a larger hit because the way the costs are allocated. And we're going to be looking at how we allocate those costs next year when we do the cost allocation plan to make sure that they're not getting hit because they're a general fund department and they get a double administration load. So that is a problem that we recognized this year when we did the allocations that will be addressed next year.
Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that it is in there twice because it's the internal service fund, which is unique in the city, aside from the risk side. The needs, and those are the ones in the lighter color. We have, as part of the budget, an additional need of $43,000. And Socrata is the vendor for our performance measures software. So that's approximately $43,000, what you saw earlier today. That's what that is. We're also proposing expanding the performance measures into areas that use GIS a lot. And in particular, we're looking at expanding into getting performance measures around housing and affordable housing and homelessness, because both of those areas, from looking at other cities, looking at sort of the trending, where housing's being built, where the public needs are, even things down to median incomes and other demographics that are come as part of a census, the U.S. Census. Those things can help us understand some of what's happening in our neighborhoods. And so we want to apply some of the same tools that you saw in performance measures on kind of a spatial GIS-based, map-based, if you will. And that's what that is for, to expand it and to really help with our analysis and understanding of affordable housing and homelessness. The GIS core upgrade is a simple hardware thing. The cores are how the software industry sometimes defines how they price their licenses. And it's basically a function, it's a processing unit. And so we have 4 cores right now. We want to go to 8 cores. And it really determines how fast our GIS system runs. And we haven't upgraded cores in about 5 years. So that's really just a hardware upgrade, which translates into licensing cost from the vendor, ESRI. The EOC software was spoken about earlier, and I think Chief Gosser can probably talk a little bit more about that if that comes up. But basically, we had created our own EOC software in IT probably around 5 years ago, and we're finding now that it is not suitable enough, it's not maintainable enough, and we'd rather go to a system that is similar to what the county uses, and they can incorporate alerting and a couple other neat things that Chief Gosser will talk about. That's that EOC software, which is being funded as part of City Manager contingency in the current fiscal year, however. I've already spoken a little bit about the media services. It was a big deal for us, and we're still working our way through it. We're having problems in tonight's also, as I see people going back and forth there. We understand that service has to get to a point where we feel it's stable. Council will be seeing additional action in a couple of weeks to solidify and stabilize some of the equipment that we use for broadcast. But that's a big deal for us. The library partnership, as I said, is about ready to move forward with that. And we're taking a look at how we staff or how we look for a public-private partnership for a media studio or public access studio. And that's something that will be a pending discussion in the future. As I mentioned before, the software licenses and external costs continue to grow. I just had a rough list here. The ones that drive us a lot are Microsoft. We use Microsoft Office 365. When we grow employees, each new employee has to have Microsoft, some of the Microsoft tools, the Socrata, the Granicus, the Hansen cost for asset management. There's some new HR systems that we're rolling out there, the EOC software. All these licenses and software costs continue to grow. And we're seeing that cost in our IT line. That's the biggest driver for us outside of labor or the software license, software costs. Our new digital government, the stuff you saw is, I mentioned earlier, but that also is growing as well. To the extent that we do more in analysis, that will cost us more in our budget line. The accomplishments, I've talked about a lot of these already. We're really happy about launching the performance measures today, continuing to grow the open data platform. We're really proud, and this is a city statement, not an IT statement, of the launch of the new website. We did that project, which is fairly large, on budget and on time, and we're really happy about the launch of the Wi-Fi. I think a lot of you may know that one of our goals was to launch it ahead of Ironman, and Ironman is going to be in about 3 days downtown. We may have upwards of 10,000 people down there, and the athletes' supporters, they track their athletes with their mobile phones on GPS trackers. So we expect to see a lot of usage. Ironman asked for something which we may deliver or offer to other people as well who use the Square. They asked for a private Wi-Fi address such that their staff and their finish line streaming company can actually have a strong signal to stream the finish and also do their staff stuff. And we're able to provide that to them on a sort of a private name. And we're looking at providing that same service to other large groups that happen to congregate in Courthouse Square with a permit, kind of like an ancillary service for them for a setup fee. So we're pretty happy about that. And Ironman was ecstatic, by the way, to hear that we can provide streaming Wi-Fi coverage. I don't think that's common where they go. We designed that for coverage and capacity, and that's really important for me to talk about because one of the principles when we launched the free public Wi-Fi is that probably everyone in this room who's listening to this has an experience of going on to a free Wi-Fi to have it be almost unusable, too slow, too hard to get to. And one of our principles was that if we're going to deliver free Wi-Fi for our residents in the Square, we really want it to be strong and work well. And that means not just coverage, geographic coverage, but to be able to accommodate a large number of people that we've already started to see. I think we probably had a couple hundred people on it on the Wednesday night market, and we haven't even started advertising it yet. They just find it. And so we're really proud of that, and we're working hard to make sure the Saturday works out equally as good with Ironman. These are some of the key performance measures. This is one we're really proud about. You've probably heard about cloud-based services. We do a lot of things up on the internet. Our new public-facing website is hosted in the cloud. To be able to have a strong cloud offering, you have to have a very strong internet. It just can't go down. And back in 2013, while it may appear that being up on average of 99.4% of the time was good, it wasn't. Because when it went down for 5 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day, people couldn't pay their bills, their utility bills, people couldn't access our website, and it's not good. So our goal is 99.9%. We put in place some measures in 2014 and 2015 to get there, and we feel we're pretty stable now. So it's about redundancy and designing the system better. This is a critical measure for us, and one that, as someone says, no one knows your name in IT until critical systems fail, and there's a lot of truth to that. So we're quite proud of this. The other one we talk a lot is, Brian talked to us already, is about our monthly IVR payments. As we push more to online, we want to make sure our systems can support that transaction volume. The last one is interesting, and this is sort of the people that are watching the council meeting on the one particular of 3 streams. This is the Granicus stream. And we see an average about 68 or so viewers per meeting. We're looking at refining this because I'm not confident this is the right number. We're trying to exclude staff because we don't want to show staff views. We want to show public views, right? We don't want to show Google browsing hits either. So we're trying to get a sense, but it's definitely true that it has grown. And a lot of people we talk to, although they may watch it on Comcast, they also will watch it on their iPads or at their desks or in their homes.
Who's watching in Los Angeles?
Well, so that data is correct. There's also a bubble up in Washington State too, it turns out. And that is consistent. And much as we can tell, and we look at our website data also, our public-facing website, there are certain spots where we get hit. So we can only assume there's people with relations here in the area or who have come from here or have a vested interest in what we're doing here. But we don't know who they are. But that is actual real data. There's no doubt about that. And we were surprised to see that as well. Service request tickets, I won't go into that. We try to, really service our requests. We do 17.8 tickets per day with effectively 1.5 people, which is quite a few. We want to keep that volume up where we're closing them quickly. And that's it for the presentation. If any questions about where we're going or budget, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. McHenry.
Thank you.
So our next department is Planning and Economic Development.
Good afternoon, Mayor Corsi, members of the council. My name is David Guin. I'm the Director of Planning and Economic Development, and with me is Veronica Connor, our Administrative Service Officer, who's going to assist me as needed. So our department is made up of 51 employees. This is made up of 4 distinct divisions, and I'll just talk about that in general for you. We have a planning division that's led by Claire Hartman, who is here behind me. That's broken into 2 different areas. There's an advanced planning function in the planning section, and that focuses on things like general plan, specific plans, policies such as the housing policies, ADUs, density bonus, all these other, and actually cannabis development policies are sometimes out of that as well. So a lot of upfront work that is not fee recoverable tends to fall in the advanced planning section. And in addition, I just wanted to highlight that we did hire a new supervising planner for the advanced planning section. That's Jessica Jones. So I wanted to acknowledge her and congratulate her on that. The other part of planning is the current development planning. That's essentially all the plans that are coming through on a daily basis for housing, commercial activity, all the planning activity that happens just on a regular process. The engineering division is the second division within this group. Once planning entitlements are done, then it moves to engineering. That's all the underground work, the area inside the right-of-way. That's led by Gabe Osborne, who is here in the audience as well. And his job is to make sure that all the plans are done right, the parcels are divided correctly, the underground's done correctly, so we can entitle projects to move through the process. As part of that process, there's 2 sections. There's a plan review and an inspection component. So they're reviewing plans in the office, but we also have teams around in the field inspecting the actual work that's happening. On the building side, once it goes into the building permit phase, it moves into the building department, led by Mark Sutherland, who's in the audience as well. That section also has a plan review function where they review plans in the office, but then there's a field inspection as well to make sure the final building is constructed correctly. And the final occupancy for any structure within Santa Rosa is issued through that division. And then finally, we have the Economic Development Division, which is the division that helps attract and retain businesses here in Santa Rosa, and then it supports our visitors as well. So that's a key role, and I'm again happy to announce that Raisa de la Rosa was recently selected to be the new Economic Development Manager for the city of Santa Rosa. So congratulations to her. This is verbiage for everything I just told you, so I'm going to slip through this. And I just want to start by saying that the volume of work, and I think we've mentioned this before, the volume of plans and activity that's happened over the past few years has been steadily increasing. You're seeing this in all throughout the state. We're seeing it in housing production. We're seeing it in people doing remodels in their homes, or in terms of permits pulled through the department. We're back to pre-recession levels in terms of number of permits coming through the department to process. So that is a sign that the economy obviously has picked up. Things are happening, but it also has the adverse impact of the fact that there's a shortage of labor is what we're finding out. People can't find the people to do the work that's needed. A lot of people are trying to build, a lot of people are doing remodels, and are having a real struggle trying to find the labor to get that work done. And we're seeing that through our recruitments as well, finding it hard to find labor.
If I may, speaking of labor, 129, I see your total FTEs. I don't know if there's a lot of overlap among the different groups so that it was not possible to put FTEs per area, sub-area, but it might be helpful. I don't need it today, but it might be helpful to have in the future.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And just for reference, there is not over, the 51 employees are scattered throughout these different areas, but yeah, we can get that information for you. So our expenditures falls out primarily in the administration, the staff to do the work, the plan and review and inspection on both the engineering and building side of the operation, in addition to the planning division. The O&M, CIP and O&M projects, that includes our SRT-BIA funds that come in through for our economic development program, but also includes money that we've been setting aside for the general plan update, which is going to be coming up next year. So we've been slowly accumulating funds to be able to do that project. The expenditure by categories, there's two things I want to highlight on this slide. Professional services, a few lines down, which is an increase of 148%. This is going to be reflected in a future slide as well, but the goal here is to address the increase, the cyclical nature of the work that we're doing. We see large increases quickly, and we see them drop off. It's very difficult to staff in that situation, but we do have the responsibility to respond to the customers when they come in and pay their fees. And so what we're looking at doing is capturing the fee revenue the best we can and putting that back into the service and providing that service through consultant support.
And one thing I want to add to that is that over the last couple of years at mid-year, you have added significant money to the professional services. So again, reminding you're looking at what was the originally adopted budget, not the amended budget. So when you look at the amended budget, those don't look quite as far apart.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have to estimate at the beginning of each year what we think the next year's fee revenue will be and the activity will be. We do tend to come back mid-year and do an adjustment. Because, like last year, we saw a much higher increase of permits than we were expecting. And again, we're expecting that increase to happen again this year as well.
At some point, it would be good for us to hear how you make the decision that because of the ebb and flow, I guess, what do you call it, the root mean square, where's the level that you should staff in order for the costs of the outside consultant to sort of balance out with the need of having the person in the department. I hate to take people out of, I have a preference that we have staff who are working with us and our interests and our approach in mind, which while we can hire out consultant services, they often have their own sort of pet ways of doing things. So I'm just concerned to have you clarify, maybe not right now, for us how you make the decision of what your hiring level is and when you go up above it. Obviously, this is your call. I just want to understand how you're deciding.
Yeah, and it's a great question. It's something, probably one of the biggest struggles we go through, and finding that sweet spot is very difficult. I've been in this position for about 1.5 years now, and we're in a boom time. I mean, it's been straight up since I got here. I don't think it's always going to be like that. I'm making that assumption. So I'm trying to do is gather the information, use consultants to help me get through this time. We have a need right now. To find employees is very difficult. We're on a 3rd recruitment, I believe, for a building inspector at this point, trying to find people. So being able to call a consultant, get that help immediately, get them working on these projects is key. But you brought up a good point, and that's something we'll keep reporting on and looking at.
And I do want you to have the flexibility to get somebody in during a peak. I think it's really critical.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other item I wanted to point out on this slide, and Debbie mentioned this earlier, is the general fund administration. So that's an additional $1 million that's on this department through the distribution of the $9 million you saw before of non-departmental costs that are being spread throughout the department or the city. So overall, the expenditures of the department is at about $10 million. The revenue offset, again, this is an estimate based on what we anticipate coming through. Typically, it's higher, and we try to come back and allocate any additional fee revenue back into the service as appropriate. So with the $10 million that does include that additional $1 million, we're looking at about a $3.5 million support from the general fund for the operation of our department, which provides all those services that we mentioned before.
David, a few years ago, the fee structure planning was adjusted to have customers pay for more.
Right.
And I forget what the level was. I think it was up in the 80%, somewhere around that. is this figure being compared to that? Is that?
Yeah, so we're slowly increasing. We have a fee increase schedule that we're increasing fees every year according to that plan. We are not fully cost recoverable on those fees, but I believe we're in it depends on the different division on the fee, but between 70 and 80%. What you're seeing here is primarily the non-fee work that this department does. So again, the housing action plan, the cannabis policies, the policies that we do, Rosa annexation, and all these different programs that we work on that don't have fees to pay for that service. There's an additional revenue source from the general fund to help us fund those efforts. So that's a big chunk of what you're seeing up there.
Does the general fund administration $1 million also help throw this out of whack?
It adds, yes. Yeah, so if you took that spread out, that $1 million, we'd be at a $2.5 million general fund addition. So for $2.5 million for this department to operate from the general fund, that's what we feel like that's a a good spot to be in at this point, based on the additional work that this department does for the non-fee recoverable activities.
Okay, thank you.
You have a set of nexus studies that are coming forward, I think, that also affect revenues in the department, or may affect revenues in the department. When do we anticipate those coming forward? Do we have an idea roughly?
Yeah, so the Nexus study is for impact fees, and those are directly, specifically related to infrastructure, not employee staff time. So
yes.
That we do anticipate bringing that forward to the ad hoc that was formed last week at City Council. We're going to present that to the ad hoc at our next meeting, and then roll that up from a community standpoint, and hopefully get council approval on that within the August timeframe.
Thank you. Is the commercial or jobs housing also part of that?
So yeah, one of the things we'll be looking at on a parallel track to that is the commercial linkage fee, but also looking at our housing impact fee, which is currently on the housing construction side. We want to bring both of those together so we show the true impact of money that goes into affordable housing from commercial and residential units. Yeah.
Thank you. And as I like to remind people, our city is functionally on sale. We don't take 100% of we don't recoup 100% of the costs of doing business with our city. So it's something like 20% discount.
Right. One thing that I want to just make it clear for the public, the Nexus study is different from the fees that we're talking about here. The Nexus study really is development impact fees that pay for a piece of future capital projects to mitigate the development impacts, whereas these fees are associated with the actual cost of staff to deliver the service. And it is based on a Nexus study, but as you mentioned, it has been discounted by the council in the past under policy.
Thank you.
So this is a full overview of our expenditure by fund, so the general fund component of that $2.1 million, I'm sorry, the $10 million budget, the tourism BIA and the economic development fund. The number here, the $525,000 reduction on the economic development fund, it was a special fund set up for the Tour of California that we set aside money for, essentially to front our efforts on that and then recouped through fundraising efforts. Because we were not actively going after the Tour of California last year, we removed that from the budget to not impact the general fund.
Is it possible for us to have a change in percentage of the BIA, or is that set in stone, ballot or such?
So that BIA is currently an agreement we have. We extended the agreement, I believe, for a limited period of time, so we can have that kind of a discussion. There is 2 different programs that we collect for, and one is easier to adjust than the others. But it is a discussion why we only move the one agreement forward a small period of time rather than for an extended length of time to have that.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that conversation was still going on.
And there are 2. This is the county BIA, and then the one shown here is the Santa Rosa Tourism BIA, which is set by the hotels, which is set by ordinance. So there are 2 components of that. Just want to make sure. Okay. So this slide reflects the discussion I had earlier in terms of using the increase in fee revenue from the increase in plans moving through the office, capturing that fee revenue and putting that back into the plan review and inspection services. What we've done is put some money in here to hire consultants to help us through that period. And that's it's hitting right now, and it's going to be going all the way through the end of the year. And so this money will help us get through that wave. So budget highlights, these are, this is a description of efforts that we took based on the budget that was approved previous years. So we did, this is budget highlights for this year. We are hiring one program specialist, or recommending to hire a program specialist for the Economic Development Department to help those efforts. With a city the size of 180,000 people, having an aggressive economic development program is key for moving this forward. And then increase in labor and gas. And then with some movement of staff around, we had some different we have changes in budgets. So that's some of the things you see in the budget before you. The accomplishments, and this is back from the previous budget you approved and what we did with that money. We did hire a city planner and an administrative service officer who both have been very key for the success of this past year. And then one of the other big things I want to highlight on here was the movement of plans that were stacking up in offices. So we were able to use some of the funds to hire temps to get those plans scanned and moved off-site. That did free up space, obviously, for staff and personnel, but it also hopefully will make things more efficient as we move forward. So some accomplishments in the past year, a lot of some housing projects. We are focusing on housing. We're focusing on affordable housing. We have a number of houses moving through the process, a lot of housing going through the review process currently. Obviously, the development of the cannabis business tax ordinance, that was an accomplishment, and that you'll hopefully will see come to fruition on June 6th. In addition to that, we did have the cannabis ordinance itself, so we did interim policies, but we have a comprehensive ordinance that we're going to be releasing in the next few weeks. We have processed quite a few cannabis applications. That's something that we're going to be addressing through an adjustment in fees when we look at fees to make sure we're recouping those costs, but also the tax will help some of this advanced work. So one of your earlier questions about do we recoup that cost, a lot of work's been done to develop these policies, so hopefully we'll be able to generate that revenue to help offset some of that cost. This specific plan for the Rosa annexation was another big effort that happened this past year, which was a big piece of helping the Rosa annexation happen, or move towards completion. Another big thing that we're proud of is expanding our access to our customers, and we've done that a few different ways. One was opening our counter 5 days a week. So we had reduced down to 4 days during the recession, brought it back to 5 days a week. We extended our hours so they're more normal hours throughout the day. We've also instituted appointments, so people can schedule appointments with us and come in and meet with certain staff. And then we also launched Permit Santa Rosa, which is an online version of our permitting system, so people can see where a permit is, who has it, how long it's taken, and where it is in the process. So it's been really helpful for the customers to look at where a program is, but it's helpful to us as well when we get questions about where something is in the process. We can jump on real quickly and help them through that. And then another, obviously a big one we're very proud of is working with Housing and Community Services on the Housing Action Plan. A lot of elements in that plan, and we're proposing to bring something back shortly to highlight all the work that's being done on that, some additions that we've made to that Housing Action Plan, and an update of that plan itself. So we'll be bringing that back soon, as quick as we can. But out of that process is coming some key policies, such as the accessory dwelling unit policy, the density bonus policies, that I think are key for some of the housing production that we want to see in the next few years. The key performance metrics, where this is something that's been very interesting looking at. As everyone's mentioned, we're all working through making sure the data is correct, cleaning data, making sure we're putting information in correctly. What we're seeing, one of the measurements that we wanted to track was how long does it take from when somebody submits a permit to when they get it back for a building permit, so the plans. This number actually includes going to all the departments. So a building permit requires every department that is affected to look at it, and then we consolidate the comments and give that back to the customer. You're seeing a blip there in the July-October timeframe. What that's representing is a large number of subdivisions that came through, some very large, complex projects. And when that happens, when you get a lot of projects coming through and you have a base staff level, everything slows down. And not just housing projects, but commercial projects, everything. That's when you get the calls, you get the emails saying, this is taking forever. And so we had a wet winter, we were able to work on some things, kind of dig ourselves out of that, hire consultants, and use some of that to get out of that and turn things around. But what we're seeing is an increase again. Things are picking back up. We're starting to see, with the rain stopping, we're seeing a lot of requests for inspection. We're seeing a lot of requests for work and permit review. So we're going to utilize consultants to help bring that number back down to a more manageable number, to turnaround time, to reduce the calls that you and I get, and to provide that service that we should be giving our customers.
Just so you know, a piece of data that I think I ask every year is how many inspections does an inspector do in a day on average? And so that's a piece of data that I'm going to regularly want. It's often a number higher than I think it's really possible to do in an 8-hour day and do a really effective job. So I have some concerns about that.
Yeah, so I'll give you those numbers right now. Actually, our planning, I'll go through each planning, engineering, and building. On our planning, we're currently looking at, we have 250 current active applications going through our planning department. That equates to about 63 permits per planner that they're working on. Our goal is to get down in the 20 to 30 range. So that's where consultants will help take some of those off the plates of some of our planners to get those done. So again, the way we deal with that is prioritization. It's housing first. If it's affordable housing, that goes above housing. And we're even to the point now where we're prioritizing affordable housing over affordable housing. And so there's a lot of energy out there. So again, the consultants, getting them on board and getting them active as quick as possible is really important. On the engineering side, we're looking at about, during peak times, with the inspection level we have is about 7-day turnaround time, which does slow projects down on the underground work. So what we're doing there is, again, utilizing consultants through the budget that you're seeing in front of you to help reduce that time and get those inspections done quicker, let those contractors move forward and get on to the next unit. On the building side, to your point, right now we're looking at about 24 inspections per day per inspector. That is high. The national average is around 15.
So 14 is what the number I'm familiar with.
We're having a very difficult time finding inspectors. We're down an inspector. Fortunately, we've had some temps come over, some retirees from the county that have really helped us out through this past wave. But we're also looking at consultants to help us through this process. But that it is a huge workload, and we want to make sure we're doing our job, but not slowing things down as well. So.
David, I appreciate you providing the national average on the inspections, and just this is for citywide. I think these performance measures are really nice to have, but if we could get some idea of comparison to a comparable city or other comparisons, so we know what these actually mean.
And I think that's the next big effort in this enterprise. Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I agree. We're reaching out to our comparable cities, as the city manager mentioned. Departments are working with other departments of like cities and understanding what they're dealing with as well, what their constraints are, how they're solving some of these issues and what they've found, but also looking at some of their metrics to see where we fit within that. So that is a great point.
Thanks.
Yeah. One of the last one I want to throw up here, this is an interesting one, just looking at TOT tax, transit occupancy tax. We have seen an insurgent in hotel development and interest within the city of Santa Rosa. We're currently working on 4 new hotels. We also have some existing underperforming hotels that are being remodeled and re-looked at for a different type of potential activity. And so this is going to be an interesting one to watch over the year to see how the TOT changes over time and how that increases. And then also we'll fold into some of the discussions about potential incentives for TOT relief when we want to start encouraging certain types of development downtown. That we'll be looking at this number as well to see how that might work in terms of encouraging that type of product. So this is one we'll keep an eye on. The ups and downs really is just a reflection of how that money comes in. It comes in really quarterly is what it is. So it looks odd, but the top number is what we'll be looking at as time goes on.
Okay, so if we were looking at occupancy, it would be a much flatter line. Is that?
Yeah,
I think this is one of those places where we're still struggling whether we need a line graph or a bar graph, and this is probably an example where a bar graph would do a better job of telling the story than a line graph, because of it's a year-over-year comparison less than it is a quarter-to-quarter, and the vagaries about what we're getting at any one place.
Yeah, so we'll probably, as the city manager mentioned, probably convert this to a year-to-year analysis.
Okay. Further questions on this department? Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know I mentioned this earlier too. One of the questions as we're doing the quality improvement, your department's doing the quality improvement, getting that feedback from the customers, and I didn't see any metrics that were actually trying to capture that data, because again, when, at least I'll say for some of the comments I get, is when the inspector doesn't show up and so all work stops. And I'm guessing that's more the exception than the rule, but if we're not capturing that data, are there any efforts or thoughts about trying to capture that data, either post-service survey and then incorporate it into this?
Yeah, we are looking at a survey. We actually have installed an iPad right at the front counter to try so that we can use for that type of data collection effort. Right now, it's just providing online information and support, but we're going to add a survey function to that. We are also tracking it through things like how long does it take to actually get something turned around, because that's a lot of the service component. I submit a set of plans, but it takes 50, 60 days to get my first comments back. That's not the level of service that we want to be providing that I think the community expects.
Right, at times certainly, I had some of the same questions that the mayor did about this is somewhat out of context. 56 days means what? So that'd be very healthy. And again, that'd be one thing where I think if we actually ask the people who are receiving the services, if they have an expectation of X number of days and we're at 56, but if their expectation was 40, there's a disconnect there somewhere. So I really encourage you to get some feedback from those people that actually are receiving the services from your department. And then also on the metrics, you just mentioned, I guess we'll be getting an update on this, because that would be very helpful for me, because there's some different metrics in this, the 2016 year-end housing update. It's almost like what my earlier comments about the housing, how many people go from shelter into housing. How many houses are we building? And so some of the data here, although it's interesting, the bottom line is, are we building more housing? So it sounds like we have a future report that may touch into that, but I would love to be able to see that data on some of the slides that we're seeing here.
Yeah, good point. And one of the metrics will be housing units produced, or actually permits issued essentially for housing units, and what type of units those are, if it's multifamily, single family. That what you have in front of you is the year-end wrap-up of 2016. What we're talking about in terms of the housing update will be a housing action plan update to show you all the elements that we're currently working on to generate housing. But with that will be an update, and maybe we can find a more regular way to report out just the ongoing housing production and permits issued, maybe on a monthly basis, so the council's aware of that.
And that would be helpful for me.
Yeah.
And there is one other data point, because I know, so like on this one, 296 preview units for construction in 2016. I'd also be interested, how many are actually under construction? And I'm not sure if that's information your department has, but I see a lot of construction out there. But I just tell people, I can name off 5 or 6 different construction sites, but I have no idea about the number of units. So if your department would be able to provide us that'd be, I think, wonderful information for the community to know.
Yeah. So I'm going to interject again and just say this is information I would love to be able to provide on a more frequent basis to council. The challenge is often is the department doing its work and what we can help facilitate out of the city manager's office. And I think I'm just leaving that out there again. I'm going to provide the job description, but I believe that there's a role that we're not playing in facilitating this conversation to provide you, to allow the departments to do their work, and then provide you the information you need, council member, moving forward. So I'm making my pitch for that position once again.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to say maybe this is something that this potential new position could look at, because I really agree with Councilmember Schwedhelm. It's one thing to issue a permit, it's another to build a home, and really we got to be responsive to what are we building when the public asks us. So if you can furnish that information, great. If not, hopefully we can get that information officer to help with that.
And one easy way to do that we could help support anybody that does pull that information together is we do have, we track inspections, so we know what we're inspecting, we can pull that information. So again, it's identifying what the metrics are, how to report that, and identify a way to get that out to the council in an effective way.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to suggest a call for first inspection is a possible measure. A call for an occupancy inspection is another measure. Not specific to this department, but overall with data. Having an average is not very useful. I'm about 5'2". There are some fairly tall people on this council. If we added us up and gave an average, it really wouldn't tell us very much about how tall we are. So without a median or a standard deviation, or when regard to time, I can remember doing time-related tasks in a previous job. I was great at getting 96 or 97% of them done below the amount of time needed. I mean, over the counter, right? That's fast. You can, but the one that people call in about is the one that took a lot longer, but doesn't show up in an average. You meet your time goal 96% of the time. So knowing how long things that go over the goal time take is useful. So I'm just saying we need to sort of up our game a little bit in overall how we talk about data and statistics. My colleagues have already said the comment about comparisons. So it isn't just comparisons, it's what does the number actually mean, and can I tell that from the number I've been given? So this is not specific to this department. This is kind of an overall data question. So thank you.
I could just, I mean, you bring up a good point. I think from a plan turnaround time, a very complex plan project could overall skew the system, but it also does have an impact on time it takes for people to get to other projects. So it's something we'll have to look at and figure out how best to report on that in the long term.
And I do want to be clear, the comments that I'm hearing specific to your department are remarkably positive in, the direction is changing in the way the comments are going around your department. And I want to really thank you and all of the hard work that I know the people in your department are doing to do process improvement within the department. I want to appreciate that. I think as a whole, city manager, we've done some remarkable things with a tight budget and low staffings in some areas. And I appreciate the opportunity to look at metrics that you've brought to us. So thank you very much.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Mr. Ewan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. That's the end of the staff presentation. I do have some cards from the public here. We'll start with Sharon DeZurich, followed by Gail Alice.
No, okay. Okay. Good afternoon. You already know my name is Sharon Desrick. I'm here as a member of the Library for Roseland Coalition to request $1 million from the 2017 unreserved funds towards a permanent library in the Roseland community. And I want to emphasize that this is a one-time ask. The Library for Roseland Coalition, with 200 members, has a 4-point plan to meet the estimated $4.5 million needed to build and equip an 8,000 square foot library using Mid-Penn's estimates of $350 to $400 per square foot. The Library for Roseland Coalition is requesting $1 million from the City of Santa Rosa, $1 million from the County of Sonoma, both of these for the building. The coalition intends to raise $1 million for the building. The Sonoma County Library will provide the infrastructure, furniture, fixtures, and materials for the library, as well as the staff. The recently passed sales tax measure, Y, authorized operating expenditures, additional hours, which have finally gone into effect, addressing the maintenance backlog and additional materials and programming, not capital projects. The Library for Roseland Commission has already applied for grants and will mount a robust fundraising campaign to assure this project's success. The City of Santa Rosa has a chance to invest in this project. The time is now. The land is there and will be built on. The Boys and Girls Club is a willing partner in the civic building of this multi-stage project. There's a dedicated civic group determined to see the project through. Of course, many details need to be worked out. Does the city want to own the building, or should the Sonoma County Library take title? Where will the interim library be during the demolition and construction phases of the project? But all of these details can and will be worked out. Again, I urge you to allocate $1 million from the 2017 unreserved funds for a library for Roseland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tesrick. Gail Ellis.
Good afternoon. I feel like you're all Roseland friends for a long time. So I'm Gail Andrade Ellis, and I worked in the Roseland School District for 20 years. I was a principal for 10 years and superintendent for the district for 10 years. During the 20 years I was there, we opened Roseland University Prep High School, as well as Roseland Collegiate Prep High School. So I'm going to share a little memory, a favorite memory, actually, with all of you. I will never forget the excitement and the joy of seeing our first seniors receive their diplomas from RUP. And at such incredibly high rates, at 95% graduation rate, and still continue at that wonderfully high rate. Their hard work and their accomplishments proved that there is nothing wrong with the students, and that high expectations and support from teachers and staff and the community who truly believe in them is a very powerful recipe for success. I remember clearly following up with our seniors their first year in college, and we provided them surveys and made some phone calls. Imagine their surprise when they answered their cell phone and it was Miss Ellis. And we wanted their opinion. How did we do for you? How are you doing in college? What's working for you and what can we improve upon? And we ended up changing some things as a result. But we also wanted to know what is working for you on your college campus. And so many of our students responded that once they found the college library, that was it for them. It was a spot where they could focus, they could get their work done, and these students had never had the experience of a really professional public library. That's just not something that we had for them in this community. So you see, libraries are powerful resources, and I believe the cornerstone of a healthy community. Libraries are a hub for the democratization of knowledge, and libraries bring vitality to a community. So our very capable students, starting in kindergarten, will soak up the availability of free books to read at a library. Our families will treasure a spot where they might increase their English skills, learn some computer skills, learn more about how to support their students in school. So I'm here to in support of a permanent public library in the Roseland community. And a Roseland library would be a clear message to our Roseland community that we value them and that we believe, in capital letters, believe in all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, is he here? Kareem Sanchez, is he here? Carol Taylor, and she's followed by Susan Shaw.
Hi, how do you do? My name is Carol Taylor. I'm here as the chair of Transit Writers United, and I'm here to talk about the money we would like to have for free bus passes for high school students. And I have been looking at the agenda trying to figure out which slot we fit into, because the ramifications go across all of these things you've been talking about. So whether it's community engagement or economic development, the free bus passes for the students touches all of that and all of their families. So I really appreciate your paying attention to the data we send you, and I hope this will be something that you will take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Shaw, followed by Jerry Lalonde-Berg.
Jerry's not here either. We understand and appreciate your work on tenant protections. And as you know, MBOP is all in on Measure C. But for a robust, equitable city, we urge you to address transit in a new way. This $410,000 that we're requesting will make a big difference in the lives of young people all over the city. For a small amount, a relatively small amount of money, you'll change the experience of young people and their families. And it's an opportunity for you to invest in a vision of a robust transit system. It will include young riders of all classes, create new riders, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions around schools. We urge you to support this proposal. We've sent you several articles full of data about the effects of free bus passes on cities, students, and schools, on the well-being of their lives, and their performance and attendance in schools. And we'll continue to send you information about the value of this kind of a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Jackson. Is Mr. Jackson here? Richard Canini? No, Mr. Canini. All right, Council, I'm going to suggest that we defer discussion of items such as the library and bus passes and cab, additional money from the cab outreach until next week's meeting after we go through the rest of the staff presentation. If there's no objection to that, I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Okay, welcome to our regular session. Ms. Gomez, you want to announce the roll?
Let the record show that all council members are present, with the exception of Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Mr. McGlynn, report on study sessions and closed sessions.
I will defer to the city attorney on the closed session item.
The council held a closed session on a pending litigation matter and gave direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. McGlynn, you don't want to summarize the last 4 hours?
To be continued next week, same time, same place.
Thank you. All right. We have a proclamation this evening for volunteers in police services. Councilman Schwedhelm has this.
Thank you. I know we have Lieutenant Litchfield, and we have a couple VIPs. If VIPs want to come on down. These are the rock stars of the organization. So whereas April is National Volunteer Month to honor and recognize those individuals who volunteer their time and talents with the Santa Rosa Police Department, which benefits the Santa Rosa Police Department itself, as well as all the residents and visitors of the city of Santa Rosa. And whereas the Santa Rosa Police Department's Volunteers and Police Services has been in place since 1997. And whereas the Santa Rosa Police Department greatly relies on its VIPs for a variety of services, including the Downtown Ambassador Program, neighborhood watch presentations, citizen police academies, enforcement of disabled parking laws, traffic control, the abandoned vehicle abatement program, the graffiti abatement hotline, photographing graffiti, vacation home checks, placement of radar trailers, bike rodeos and safety programs, community events and presentations, assisting in locating missing persons, data entry, a variety of administrative duties, and the on-call late-night field responses. And whereas in 2016, VIPs logged more than 5,618 hours, which resulted in a city of Santa Rosa savings of approximately $135,847. And whereas the VIPs are essential in providing customer service to the Santa Rosa Police Department and the citizens of Santa Rosa, VIPs help make Santa Rosa a safe place to live, work, and play. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chris Corsi, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby thank and extend gratitude to the Police Department's volunteers and police services.
I think everyone can hear me. We're not packed yet, so.
Actually, it helps if you use the mic, because if you face one way, we can't hear you.
Let's see, how's that? Got that?
Better.
A little better. Well, I guess it's maxed. Okay. Well, today I have Ken and Rich here with me, and if you see, we talk about the time that these guys volunteer. Les is actually volunteering to take pictures at the proclamation, to give you some idea of the caliber of people that we're talking about. I don't want to take a ton of time, because I could take a lot of time talking about the wonderful things that our VIPs do. And the list that you read is just a partial list. We received another list today of the community events they attend and the ambassadorship that they put out at Neighborhood Watch. And we get as many requests for our VIPs to come out as we do for our police officers. That's how significant this program is. I mean, 5,600 hours of volunteer time between our 25 VIPs is really incredible, really appreciated. And on behalf of the Santa Rosa Police Department, I want to thank the council for recognizing the work they do. I want to thank you guys. We try to do it as much as we can, and these guys run off of pride and appreciation, and definitely they have a lot and they deserve a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you all for your service. 6.2 is going to be delayed until a future date. Staff briefings, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 7.1, Quarterly Capital Improvement Program Projects Update, January to March 2017. Colleen Ferguson, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works, presenting.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Montague, Supervising Engineer for Team 4. I'll be presenting the quarterly status update. If I can get it up on the... Somebody did it. I did come down and look at it. Okay, so the update is going to cover an expenditure summary, which is the full capital projects engineering expenditure for the quarter. Then I'm going to talk about some major project updates, some coming projects, and talk a little bit about the city's website. So this is the pie chart showing our categories of expenses for the quarter. About 8.5 million. There's nothing really that stands out on that pie chart to mention. So the first project is the project we recently completed. It's the Alderbrook, Rosedale, Macklin, Talbot Sewer and Water Replacement Project. It was a $2.1 million project. It was 4 city blocks parallel to each other between Sonoma and Montgomery. It was a very successful project. Next project is the Mohawk Street Lift Station, which was a $2 million project. Was recently completed, included upgrading ped ramps and reconstructing the street. Next major project is the Cleveland Avenue Water and Sewer Main Improvement Project from Ridgeway to Edwards. This project was built over the summer. It was a $1.8 million project. Just included trench patch. We didn't reconstruct the street. And the last project update is the, actually there's 2 more. Fountain Grove Parkway Water Main Extension. It was a small $300,000 project. Included a couple of ped ramps. The last project is the Neighborhood Streets Initiative Slurry Seal, which was a $575,000 project. I've got behind here. Then the coming projects, actually this first one is under construction right now. If you've been under 3rd Street, under the plaza, you'll see the work going on there. We're putting in some lighting and some pedestrian enhancements. That's about a $650,000 project being constructed by Argonaut Constructors. And upcoming projects, the Neighborhood Streets Initiative and Roseland Street Overlay. We opened bids on that a couple weeks ago, and we'll be bringing that project forward for award in first part of June. That's a combination of the Streets Initiative overlay that we didn't do a few months ago, that we rejected bids on, and combined with the Roseland Street repair and overlay project. It's a $2.4 million project. Another project my team is working on is the Jennings Avenue Rail Crossing. The final negotiation with SMART is taking place right now, and that project is planned to be under construction this summer. There were 3 major projects. That's the first one. The Fulton Road Widening Project is We are getting ready to adopt our mitigated negative deck this fall, and we'll move on to the design stage shortly after that. That's widening Fulton Road from Guerneville to Piner, 2 lanes each direction, bike lanes, sidewalks, some median islands, traffic signals, storm and drain work. That project.
Excuse me, just look at your slides for the audience.
Oh, okay. So backing up a little bit, here's a map of the street initiative project. The streets are highlighted in red that we'll be overlaying or repairing. And this is the Jennings rail crossing project. This is the east side that's fairly well improved already. And we'll be constructing the west side, and SMART will be constructing the improvements in their right-of-way to open that corridor to officially for pedestrians. Okay, so there's the Marlow Road widening. That is estimated at about $12 million right now. And the second to last project that we wanted to report on is the Hearn Avenue at 101, rebuild the interchange. That project just got through its environmental clearance, and we are just about to sign the project work order with a consultant to do the design work. That agreement will be coming to you also. And the last project to talk about is Highway 101 PED bike overcrossing. This is the pedestrian overcrossing near Santa Rosa JC. We have completed the preliminary studies on that, and we are negotiating the final terms to begin environmental studies. That project is scheduled for construction in 2020. Oh, that's it, right? You can see the bridge alignment there between the JC and the new Dick's Sporting Goods is our preferred alternative alignment at the moment, but we feel there might be a better solution. And finally, this is Team 4. Any questions?
It's a happy-looking crew getting lots of good things done. Any questions, Council? Ms. Combs?
Thank you. Just checking back on slide 9 on the downtown Santa Rosa streetscape. This is the one I thought had a signal on Santa Rosa Avenue, also included in the undercrossing, the 3rd Street undercrossing. Is that correct? This one also has the signal?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a signal or a flashing crosswalk?
There's a flashing there now, and it will be a full signal.
Come signalized.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Montague.
Thank you.
Any reports from city manager or city attorney?
None from me, thank you.
None from me.
Thank you. Statements of abstention from the council? Nope. All right, mayors and council members' reports. Who wants to start? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, I just say I neglected to thank one group from the Courthouse Square opening, which was now 2 weeks ago. Wanted to acknowledge the Santa Rosa Chamber, or Metro Chamber's coordination of the festival out there. I neglected to do that, and I thought it added to the festive atmosphere of the opening. And also on last Friday, I was able to attend the Rosa and Cinco de Mayo Festival. It was great to see, so many community members out there, but I appreciated, Mr. City Manager, the amount of participation from different city departments out there. Saw a lot of our police department out there, but also the violence prevention, many with, working side by side with the sheriff's office there. So it was a great community event. I'm not good with the numbers, but it seemed like it was a pretty packed house. So I thought it was a very successful event. And then there's also, I just want to use this opportunity I'm not sure if it's asking you a question, Mr. City Manager, but some of our current situations regarding, let's specifically addressing our homeless situation, and let's say on Homeless Hill, I'm a little concerned with our lack of activity here. As I have said in other city council meetings that I'm really hesitant to anyone on council getting involved with public safety or public health issues, but the amount of reports specifically from that one location that I'm hearing from members of the community, and when I've talked with other departments, I'm not sure if we have a concerted effort going there. April 4th, we had a presentation from two representatives about Housing First, and I know I spoke with one of them, Erin, about what would her strategies be about dealing with some of the encampment issues that we have. And what I had heard and what she had said is things that the city has actually done before, specifically on Homeless Hill, when we've gone out there with the service providers first, but with a time certain ending point saying, we are here to help you, but the conditions that are going on right now are no longer acceptable. What can we do to assist with you? And at a certain point, and I guess my issue with Homeless Hill is it's city property, we're allowing that to occur. We heard in our earlier presentation, it sounds like on a weekly basis we're removing trash there, which in essence is a sanctioned encampment. And I guess I, for one council member, am not okay with that. We're not taking any action, and I'm at a loss what to tell residents about some of the behaviors that are occurring up there, because it's continued on too long for me. I've also heard that on May 24th we'll be having more discussions. I think we have enough information, city staff has enough information to actually address it. Additionally, and I know city staff is probably working on that, we ended our winter shelter out at Sam Jones Hall. 50 people were exited from there on March 31st. I know other of my colleagues are interested in expanding the winter shelter operations to year-round. I would love to see a dollar figure put to that. And for me, that can work hand in hand with some of the efforts that we're doing now out, if we were to do this on Homeless Hill, and actually get the resources out there. But ultimately, it's not acceptable what's going on out there on Homeless Hill. So I know you're aware of this stuff, but I need to know what are the city's actions, what steps are we going to be taking to alleviate some of the issues that are going on there right now?
This is not a scheduled agenda item. I'm perfectly, I don't know what, if I start down this path, I'm entering into an unscheduled agenda item. We are working on issues, the areas that are impacted by homeless we continue to work on some of those issues, but I'm not prepared to get into I would have to defer to the city attorney. I think I'm walking into an unscheduled session. We've set aside council dates to get into that conversation. The decision was to assign the mayor and the vice mayor the topics that are under consideration. Again, I'm at a loss to figure out, Mr. Schwedhelm, how to address it without opening that conversation. Besides to say, we are aware, we took steps last year, we continue to take steps this year. We are aware, and we are approaching each of these things and taking things through a lens of public health and public safety.
So if nothing else, then I just want to make it clear, I think there's more things that we can be doing on a more frequent basis, because again, reports and what I've personally seen out there and what I'm hearing from others in the community, it looks like the city's turning a blind eye to that. And I guess my point is doing it this portion is like, I'm not okay with that, and I would like to see a little bit more activity there to make it, because it's not safe for the folks that are out there now, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to understand what's going on there and wait for another meeting before we do more movement towards resolving that issue. Thanks.
Other council member reports? Ms. Combs.
I have one, and it's hard not to have a broader discussion, but my understanding is that it's scheduled for, that we have a set of 5 meetings on homelessness scheduled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or some?
There are scheduled meetings.
Currently, there is one scheduled meeting on this topic.
Thank you.
And I would reiterate that it is not on the agenda, so we can't delve into a discussion.
I understand. And I didn't hear a motion, so it's not something we can second. The Association of Bay Area Government Regional Planning Committee met May 3rd. I had the, I will say, good fortune to chair that particular meeting. And it involved the establishment of the budget going forward, and also part of the, I think the phrase they're using is crosswalk. I find an interesting phrase for how to integrate the Association of Bay Area Governments with the Metropolitan Transit Commission. It is not as easy a process to take to regional agencies and blend them as you might just automatically think. And there are lots of details where that's an issue. Among the details are that the Association of Bay Area Governments has a governing system that includes a lot more input from regional municipalities and has a voting process as it moves forward. And in that process, agreeing to do the merger said they wanted to be able to have a voting voice in the selection of the next executive director of the joint agency. And the merger materials coming back from MTC do not include that. So we have an agency that feels a little more like it's being swallowed up whole than that it is being merged. The other piece of that is that it doesn't appear, at least it's very difficult at this point, to see the monetary savings in the merger. We had hoped to see some, but MTC paid their staff at a higher level than ABAG did. So some of the, when the staff is integrated, staff salaries are changing, and we're losing what we thought were going to be some of the benefits of a consolidated agency. There will be a general session on this with some additional conversation in the future. But also, the future goals were determined for ABAG. And obviously they have a housing, a jobs and workforce, a resilience, a trails and open space, and what is called a complete communities. Those are the sort of 5 focuses of ABAG. So I thought I would just say in housing, the 17-18 goals are support timely housing development and preservation by encouraging accessory units and supporting acquisition and rehabilitation regionally. Provide leadership and technical assistance for what are called integrated retrofits for earthquake and water. It's called Safer, Smarter Homes. Particular concern about soft story construction, which is construction over the parking, that failed frequently in previous earthquakes. And support efforts to create a regional housing trust fund to increase funding for affordable housing needs. So that's one of the goals. Under jobs and workplace, the establishment of a regional economic development district. That would make us possibly more able to receive technical assistance and federal grants if we can get that going, and to expand what they're calling a priority production area. This is similar to the priority development areas concept for housing. In order to assist in what they're calling the survival of industrial middle wage jobs, and to find model programs and ordinances to make available. The trails and open spaces also is included in this, and the complete communities focus was to identify and expand successful elements of the priority development areas program, to implement what are called corridors and centers of collaboration, and to create some web-based tools to assist in identifying locations that have effective incentives for housing in place so that we can find best practices for housing. So that's kind of where we've been going in the Regional Planning Committee. And I will leave the full document in the council offices for your use when you need to fall asleep.
Thank you, Ms. Combs. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. On Saturday, I had the chance to be a part of the opening of the pump track at Northwest Community Park, along with the mayor, and I just want to say that that was a really fun event and an exciting and innovative way of, I think, providing recreational opportunities for young people and adolescents, which I think is an important focus when we look at how we expand and use our space at parks. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, last June, this body approved under their community promotions funding the partial funding of the Matsuri-Sonoma County Japanese Arts Festival. And I attended that on Sunday. I was asked to be the MC, and so I had a great experience. 6 hours of introducing a number of entertainment endeavors and lots of good food and music, and they incorporated Juilliard Park, which was a great use of the park. The grass, you couldn't even tell people had walked on it. I think the grass is really healthy. Everything's really healthy around that needs water. And so it was a great venue for this, and they also incorporated the A Street Arts District as well and used that, those buildings as part of the festival, so it was a nice partnership between those two. Very, very, I think, well attended given the size of the festival, and I had a great time. The weather was perfect and couldn't have been better, so that's it.
Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to report out on a visit I made to Washington, D.C. last week in my role as the director of the California Cities Violence Prevention Network. I was invited to speak on a panel with 3 other violence prevention professionals at the first annual Gun Violence Prevention Summit. Congressman Thompson was there as well, making opening remarks to the group. Probably around 300 or so folks from around the country were in attendance. Good discussions related to policy, technology as relates to safe weapons storage, and also the use of weapons. I participated on a panel discussing prevention strategies related to urban gun violence. A lot of great discussions, but also alarming numbers, particularly involving our youth, where on average 17,000 children or teens are shot annually, 2,647 from actual gun violence. And again, that doesn't count the adults as well, but it's something that we need to keep an eye on. I know that the current administration is looking at some possible changes related to firearms, for example, maybe easing up on the use and possession of silencers, and possibly other loosening of restrictions related to concealed weapons. So just something for us as a community to continue to monitor and watch to see what kind of changes are made at the national level and how they might impact us here locally, particularly with our youth safety.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the frustration expressed by Councilmember Schwedhelm this afternoon, and I'm not asking for anything at this meeting. I'm just expressing my own frustration at hearing again this week from a resident who's being told that the city council is tying the hands of police when they're trying to do their jobs. And whether the people are homeless or not, if people are breaking the law, I expect the police to be doing their job. I don't expect either law enforcement or homeless services to be put on hold while we go through this series of meetings and the discussions that we're having with our community partners. And I hope that doesn't happen, that those activities continue as we go through this. Yesterday, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority had a report from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission on Plan Bay Area. This is the latest iteration of Plan Bay Area. There's an open house on this subject, open to the public at 6:00 p.m. Monday, May 22nd at the Finley Center. Our city bus staff was there to present an update on City Bus and the Reimagining Project. We also approved, the SCTA board approved federal funding on, from OBAG, the One Bay Area Grant Process, on 2 Santa Rosa projects. One is pavement rehabilitation on various streets throughout the city to the tune of $1.7 million. And in relation to the earlier report from Mr. Montague, the design phase of the Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian bridge is approved for funding at $1.8 million. And that's approved at our level. It still needs to go through the MTC, and they'll be looking at these projects in June or July. And that's the end of my report. We also tonight have an appointment to make a representative and an alternate to the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency that we talked about. I think that was last week. I am going to move that we appoint Councilmember Schwedhelm as our representative to the GSA.
Second.
And could we, any discussion on that? Your votes on that? We have 6 ayes. Congratulations, Councilmember Schwedhelm. At this point, I'm not prepared to make a recommendation on the alternate, but I will do that soon. 10.2. This is appointments to the Mayors and Council Members Association City Selection Committee. We have a number of appointments to make. Most of these are uncontested. First, to the ABAG Executive Board. The only letter received is from Mayor McKenzie from Runner Park. Do we need to take, do we need to have a motion and a vote on each one of these?
Each one requires a motion unless there's...
I move Jake McKenzie. He's been doing it in the past. He's also serves on MTCs, so it's very helpful to have someone in both positions do it through the merger. And it's very nice to have someone this far north be in charge of both of those agencies.
Second.
Your votes, please. We have 6 ayes. Next is to the ABAG Executive Board, an alternate, 1 position, and the letters have been received from Julie Combs and from Gabe Kearney of Petaluma. I'll nominate Ms. Combs.
Second.
Any discussion? Your votes? I have 6 ayes there. To the County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee, there's 1 position open and 1 letter requesting appointment from John Dalasso of Katati. We have a nomination.
So moved.
Second.
Your votes? 6 ayes. And to the North Coast Railroad Authority, 1 position open, 1 letter received from David Hageley of Healdsburg.
I think we should assign this to Councilmember Rogers in his absence.
Unfortunately, you have to be from north of the Russian River.
I just thought I'd throw that in there for a little moment of levity.
Thank you. Do we have
So moved.
Second.
your votes? And we have 6 ayes on that. Item 11, approval of minutes from the April 18th meeting. Any corrections or changes? All right, those will be approved. Consent, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 12.1, resolution, California Transit Security Grant Program and California Transit Assistance Fund funding submittal.
Any questions, Council? Yes, Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question regarding the storage solution and the monitoring of the video? And is that inclusive in the 20K?
Hi, Pam Lawrence with Transportation and Public Works.
Little closer to that
Sorry.
microphone, please.
Sounded loud. So the 20,000 should just be for repairs and possibly new equipment to replace existing equipment. So the storage is already purchased. It's already part of our plan.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts.
I moved that we approve item 12.1, Resolution California Transit Security Grant Program and California Transit Assistance Funding Submittal, and waive further reading of the text.
Second. Your votes, council? That has 6 ayes. Move to public comment. Mr. Canini. Oh, it's not 5 o'clock yet? Sorry, we're going to have to wait, Mr. Canini. I know you don't mind. So 14.1, Courthouse Square.
Item 14.1, report Courthouse Square reunification project update and expenditure reports. This time, Colleen Ferguson, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works, presenting.
We are ready. So Mayor Corsi and council members, this is the 8th and final of a series of report items to keep the council informed as we went through the construction of the Courthouse Square reunification project. We talked about this when council awarded the contract just over a year ago, April 19th, 2016. This update includes energizing the square, the public dedication and celebration, outstanding work items, and upcoming events. And I'm not up here alone for a change, so that's kind of fun. With me is Jamie Smidis. Smidis? How do you say that just right, Jamie? Smidis. Jamie Smidis. I just call her Jamie. The Marketing and Outreach Coordinator for the Public Works side of the Transportation and Public Works Department, now that Julia Gonzalez is on the transit side. And it meant a lot to, I know, the project team, and I think to the community, that all the council was there for the dedication. And so Jamie's here to talk about that part of it. And so she'll engage when we get to that slide. This is a great time for me to thank Jamie for all her work on the dedication and coordinating with the Metro Chamber on the celebration of the square. Really appreciated having Jamie as part of our team. Just your magic. It's just the right. Okay. We have lights. PG&E provided power to Courthouse Square on Friday, April 14th. And we talked in prior updates about how the power to the site came through a new transformer into the eastern kiosk, which houses all the electrical controls. And this was part of getting more power to the square. So it took quite a bit of doing to get these lights turned on. And you may recall that from the community input that we received in the master planning process, lighting on the square was the most important thing for the community. So it was really exciting to see the lights come on that Friday night. I was fortunate to be on site and walk around inside the construction fence. And it struck me as just a very comfortable place before we turned on the lights, which included the lights shining down and the light shining up on the trees. I was somewhat concerned that it might feel overly bright, and it didn't. It felt just very comfortable. I could see where I was going and felt safe and comfortable in the square, but not blinded by the lights out there. And I think the design team did a great job balancing the light levels on the square. So it's great to have the lights on. And then the fences around the construction project were taken down gradually over the course of the day on Friday, April 28th. And I was amazed at how quickly the community flowed onto the square as the fences came down. I was passing by a little after 7 that evening, and there were children running barefoot all over the grass, and people picnicking or having a meal at the picnic tables. And then later in the evening, the moon, a little crescent moon over the Empire Building, and couples strolling through the square after dinner, and it was just a magnet drawing the community into the space. It was pretty gratifying to see. And then we celebrated the next day. So Jamie will talk about our dedication and celebration.
Well, first I'd like to thank all of you for participating in the dedication. It was truly an honor to see all of you out there together. And so, under beautiful skies, sunny skies, thousands of community members came out and listened to the speeches and heard the Santa Rosa Symphony Brass Quintet play. Special guest, Gayla Barron, shared the history of Julio Carrillo and his journey that led him to donate the property, which is now the square. Once the speeches were finished, and while the Santa Rosa Symphony played, everyone made their way to the center of the square for the ribbon cutting. So the top one is obviously one of the official ribbon cutting photos with the mayor, all the council members, and the city manager. And there were numerous ribbon cuttings that followed. Some included Snoopy, Miss Sonoma County, and on the bottom left are some of our transportation and public works engineers with contractors. Once the ribbon was cut, the old courthouse bell rang and the celebration began. The celebration was designed to showcase the variety of activities that Courthouse Square was designed to accommodate, and I think it met its goal. There was something for everyone. Lots of smiling faces, and everyone seemed to be having a wonderful time in the square. Near the end of the celebration, we were joined by 1,000 marchers who started their march in Roseland. The marchers were led by a local Aztec group who, upon arrival into the square, performed a blessing on the square. Now, I'd like to share with you, don't move it forward. Now I'd like to share with you a 2-minute video created to showcase the dedication celebration, as well as the excitement, fun, and diversity that the square will offer.
We're in the heart of the city's living room. This place, this space has been called those things. But I like to think of it more as a kitchen, because the kitchen is where people gather. It's a place where people go to work. It's a place for pleasure. It's a place for seriousness. It's a place to be playful. It's the most functional room in the house. That's my vision for this space. A place for us all to celebrate. Courthouse Square has always been and always should be a civic space, a community space. It has always been and always should be the first place that Santa Rosans think of when we need to come together. But this city council didn't spend $10 million on this space just to build a better kitchen. We've invested $10 million here to benefit all of Santa Rosa, from the downtown to Roseland, from Apple Valley to Bennett Valley, from South Park to Oakmont. That's what this investment is about, helping the whole city. It's not just about the square, it's not just about downtown. And this space should never be static. Starting right now with this event, it's a space that will be a constant place of activity, a place for music and sports, a place for commerce and conversation and community. I want to thank the people of Santa Rosa. This is your day to celebrate a valuable new asset in our city. But here we are. We've done it. This is a place for every person to enjoy. So please, enjoy it. Celebrate our new Courthouse Square.
We also captured a video of Mayor Kersey and Gayla Barron. Sorry. We also captured a video of Mayor Kersey and Gayla Barron's entire presentations that we'll use later, but not today. As you can see, oh no, you can't see yet. When you can see it, it's going to show you other events that are now showcasing activities in the square. It should be showing you the first Wednesday night downtown market of the year. In the photos near the beginning of the event, it got much more crowded. I understand they had a few thousand attendees. And if you look at the square today, you'll see that the Ironman is setting the stage much differently for the competitive athletes. So I'm pleased to say, Old Courthouse Square is new again.
Well done, thank you. Council, are there questions? I do have a question. Last week there were about a dozen or more large concrete blocks delivered to the east side of the square. What are those?
They're weights, I believe, for the Ironman tents.
Oh, I see.
I believe they're putting mats down under them.
Okay.
I haven't visited the site today. I've only looked at it through the courthouse cam, and there are dramatic transformations taking place, and these tents need heavy weights to hold them down. They're large.
They are massive tents, that's for sure. Okay, thank you. Ms. Combs.
Can we have an update on, or if that's coming, an update on what happens next? Is that?
Yes, this was just a brief hiatus while we got the technology.
Okay, because I was going to
in
ask about the
place.
Asawa fountain and some other features, so thank you.
Right. Hopefully I can get the slides to cooperate and go on to just the numbers. This is part of what we've done with each of these updates to the council, so we'll do them today too. So this slide shows a summary of the expenses through mid-April, the allowance and the balance in each of the categories shown. More detail is in Table 1 of the staff report, and the next slides show this in a more visual form. So this shows the work that was outside of our construction contract and the construction management and inspection. You can see what's included here. Not much change from last time there. And then the construction and contingency. So this is for our contract with Thompson Builders, and that's pretty much tells the story as far as where we were through mid-April. And this slide is for construction management and inspection. As we discussed during the last update, the city incurs ongoing costs during project construction to protect the city's investment. This project was a significant investment and a very complex project that required a high level of attention to detail and extended construction through the wettest winter on record. So the project did end up incurring higher staff costs than we anticipated at the time of the December 13th council action that authorized additional expenditures for construction and management and inspection that at that time we thought would go into March and ended up going through the end of April. And we still have follow-up work to do at this point. And this slide just shows how that breaks down into the different types of work that's involved in the construction management and inspection. And this slide shows the total project expenditures and allowance. After completion of construction and project closeout with the contractor, a report of final expenditures will be provided to the council. And if you're wondering, what construction? Aren't we done? Almost. The contractor is still working on punch list items that came out of the final inspections by city staff. We expect the decorative lights to be installed at the four corners of the green after the Ironman and before the end of the month. And the contractor will continue to maintain the landscaping for a 90-day landscape maintenance period. That's part of the contract. And then there is more to come. And we do have a grant to install electric vehicle charging stations around the square. And we'd love to bring the Asawa artwork back on the Asawa fountain at the southern end of the square once we raise enough money to do that. And then the master plan also calls for public art at the north end of the square. And it was just reminded that during the dedication, the mayor said that Courthouse Square should be a constant place of activity, and that certainly is in the plans. We have the Ironman setting up now, going through the weekend. Downtown Market, of course, continuing after that every Wednesday night, then the Rose Parade and Peggy Sue's Cruise. It's going to be a fun summer. And so this concludes our final Courthouse Square construction update. The Transportation and Public Works Department recommends that the council, by motion, accept the Courthouse Square reunification expenditure report. And our project team is happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, are there questions? Okay, I have one card on this. Dwayne DeWitt.
Thanks, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland.
That's not going to go up.
As a youngster, one of the fun things to do was to cruise around the courthouse. So I ask you for the Peggy Sue on June the 10th. Don't have parking in those parking spaces you've put in, but allow the cars to cruise around the square. Bring back old memories for old folks. It was called Tulin 4th Street. And if you did it, you know it. And a lot of folks down there will really enjoy that on June the 10th. One of the things I'd like to know is if you could do a final accounting that shows how much the entrance payments and all of that is going to add to the price. In the audio, the mayor had said it's a $10 million project. In the presentation just a moment ago, it was said it's a bit above that. What I'd like to find out is what's the long-term cost? What's the end cost of this project going to be? There should be some sort of an accounting that you can get from somewhere. They'll say, okay, with the interest on what we've borrowed, what we're doing here, how this is going to lay out. That would be a really nice thing. And last but not least, the days are going to get really hot. There was a lot of folks out there scrambling to try to find shade on the one day that you had the events last Saturday, a week ago. So I was wondering if maybe we could also see about opportunities to put some shade out there. Some of those Saturday, well now it's the Wednesday night market type things where you have those, you can put them up at certain times. Maybe find a way that we could, on the really hot days when we get into August, late July and August, and it's up in the hundreds, during this year at least, maybe put some of that shade out there and then help people to be able to sit out there in spots where there's not shade right now. Thank you so much for your time.
That's the only card I have on this. No, that's not. So, Mr. Sawyer, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept the Courthouse Square reunification expenditure report.
Second.
Your votes? 6 ayes. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to public comment. Mr. Canini.
Mayor, council members, last week we discussed confronting problems, and there were basically a couple methods one could use. One is the attack method, which apparently the city is going to pursue, get heavy-handed with the homeless. That's most unfortunate, as they are victims of the American system. And they have quality of life issues that other people don't seem to care to address. They're the victims, and they're being blamed for their own condition, and you're going to use the full force of the law. But when you're a hammer, we're told everything looks like a nail. Another way to go about that is to solve the problem, not attack the problem. And last week, we were reminded that the Chamber of Commerce, in an unethical dealings with 2 former mayors, cost this city's taxpayers about $1 million. $1 million. These alleged benefactors of the community who still go around touting themselves as being caring and helpful. We should get that $1 million back. And if they had any integrity, they would return that $1 million. I'll sell you that for $1,000. Oh, and before I forget, keeping Sam James Hall open year-round, that may be a good thing. That may be a good thing. Okay, porta potties, because one of the big problems is public urination and defecation. So, this is the cost for a porta potty. $165 a month, delivered, serviced, and removed. Take $1 million and divide it by that, you get 6,000 months of porta potty. Or divide it just by the monthly rather than the move-in and out cost, you get 8,000 months of porta potty. You get 20 porta potties for 36 years. I've, wherever it is, I've obtained a grant for the city in the amount of $165, whatever it was, for a month till the chamber can get its, start making its payments. And this will be tended to the city clerk. This grant is limited to porta potties accessible to the homeless under 101, to be used within 30 days or forfeit. The grantor's information is on the check.
Thank you. Georgia Berland, followed by Christine Gentry.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm Georgia Berlin. I'm the director of the Sonoma County Homeless Court and the Sober Sonoma program. I know that your council wants to take a compassionate stance toward homeless people and helping them end their homelessness. The Homeless Court addresses this need by assisting people referred by service providers to clear infractions that show up on background checks and keep them from getting jobs and housing and ending their homelessness. Our program first requires that a person be connected with services long enough for the agency to certify that they're actually working on their personal goals. It clarifies the other infractions that may be facing that person and any pending misdemeanors or felonies, and refers those to the public defender who works with us on our homeless court team, and she assists those folks. Through the Volunteer Center, it places and supports defendants in community services that are appropriate for their skills and their interests. And many have attained jobs and made contacts for future jobs. As the director of the Sober Sonoma program, I participate in the multidisciplinary team for the city, chaired by or facilitated by Councilman Schwedhelm. And I understand that the city plans to move the most service-resistant homeless people as best as possible into services using firm enforcement of city ordinances. The Homeless Court meets quarterly to hear the cases of people who are engaged with services, but are hampered by often multiple tickets, often for illegal camping, which means they were outside on some kind of property because they had no choice. they were being unsheltered in the wrong place. And they end up with insurmountable fines and often can't work at all if they don't have a driver's license, which is often a problem with this population. Our homeless court team includes 29 public and private agencies. We meet monthly. Last year, our court heard 188 cases from 64 defendants and resolved those cases. That's up through March 31st. We heard another, we had another 14 defendants, and Christine Gentry, who's here from the courts, I don't know if she's up next, but she could speak to the numbers. The Sonoma County Superior Courts are contributing over $25,000 in pro bono services on their end of running this program. But the program costs an additional $25,000 to $30,000 to do the court coordination and the volunteer center work and process the referrals. We had high hopes for 2 foundation requests, but have been unsuccessful so far, and are working pro bono since March 31st because we've seen what this does for people and we just can't let it die. This isn't sustainable, though. We know that. So we're seeking the city's support for the homeless court, a matching support of $25,000 to consider in your budget deliberations. To continue this proven approach to our mutual goal of ending homelessness for those who can end their homelessness. And we're approaching the county supervisors for a remainder of the funds and expect to request long-term funding from the county next fall that would kick in next July.
Thank you, Ms. Berland.
Thank you.
Ms. Gentry.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Gentry. I am a court operations manager at the Superior Court. I am here today on behalf of Jose Guillen, our court executive officer, who was unable to attend due to a schedule conflict. Jose wanted me to let you know that the court is committed to a continuing partnership with all agencies and departments that are involved with this project. And we are committed to providing ongoing clerical, administrative, and judicial support for all future homeless court sessions. Through the court's ongoing partnership with the Sonoma County Task Force for the Homeless, the Sonoma County Public Defender's Office, and numerous agencies such as Catholic Charities, COTS, and the Living Room, this program has allowed the court to provide access to justice to a population whose circumstances often limit this access. I had some stats, but I think Georgia pretty much covered those. One thing I'd like to say on the number of cases and the number of defendants, our no-show level has been amazing. I have been with the court going on 27 years. I've been involved with 4 homeless courts starting in 2002, and they really were not effective. They were not ongoing, they were not beneficial. The no-shows were sometimes 50%. But the collaboration that we have going between the court, the task force for the homeless, and the local agencies is absolutely amazing. And it's probably one of the most beneficial and productive collaborative projects I've been involved in my career. Lastly, I'd like to read a few excerpts from a letter that we received after our last homeless court. Hopefully you'll feel the same way I did after I read it. I just wanted to say thank you, and this was from one of our defendants who was heard. I just wanted to say thank you to all persons who came to my assistance with all my past traffic fines and suspensions. I have deep respect and appreciation for each one of you. You have given me a hands up, not a hands out, which is so very valuable when one as myself has ended up in life due to unfortunate circumstances that progressed to a state of utter despair and homelessness. I am now standing tall, once more able to forge ahead with strength of spirit and heart without the fear of losing the last thing I owned, my van, because I am now a law-abiding citizen. My future is brighter, happier, and my life is fuller because you came to my rescue and gave me the tools and ability to achieve greatness. You are my heroes and awesome as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cami Kale.
I'm with the Volunteer Center of Sonoma County, one of the collaborative agencies working on this project, and I'm here to share just a little bit more information. Like the last speaker, I also feel like this is one of the most successful collaborations I've seen in my career, so I'm going to repeat that. There are a lot of us working on this project, and it's one of those times where it's worth it. It's worth having a bunch of us working to work in the same direction for success. Our role at the Volunteer Center is to offer a sentencing option in the form of community service work for these individuals, which creates a lasting commitment to this community, which is unique. In the surveys that we conducted for 54 individuals that participated, 100% of them said that they feel more part of this community, no longer marginalized, but part of, which I found extraordinary. I found that very extraordinary. One of our outcomes is 94% of homeless individuals surveyed reported new relationships and connections at the placement where they did their community service hours. So these are individuals who find themselves at a nonprofit organization receiving supports while they're doing their community service hours, many of them seeking future employment there, and they've got a leg up. They're like already know part of that job. So again, I'm one part, and it's not me, it's the team. Volunteer Center is one part of this collaborative, but I'm behind Georgia in her request for financial support because I see the results, and it seems very effective financially. Individuals also report that they are now able to apply for jobs with their record obviously incomplete. They can't apply for jobs, can't apply for housing. So both of those outcomes as well are significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Lamont.
Do you care? Doesn't matter. Okay. Last week, the men on this council decided to double down on the homeless in this city. Having wasted the past year of an emergency, you decided to listen to those with more rather than care about those with less. Washington, D.C. does not have a monopoly on heartless government. Our current political climate makes people disposable. People, families, and whole communities whose existential struggle is to convince the rest of the country and you that their lives matter too. These impoverished communities are not only increasingly defunded and abandoned, they are under siege, and their nodes of resistance are subject to criminalization, harassment, surveillance, and police violence. Welcome to Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. This is a city where financial self-interest rules, a city where those who own businesses are valued and those without money to spend at those businesses are not, a city where those business owners are given a $10 million square that will be off limits to those who offend people who come to spend money in a downtown patrolled by a private police force. You should be outraged by the idea of a private police force. You should make such a thing illegal, but money talks and you won't. Jack Tibbetts says it's the law and we must enforce the law. First, you up the ante, increasing fines on people who can't pay them. Welcome to Alabama, Jack. Second, you could rewrite the law or eliminate it altogether. There's an idea. And third, have you noticed how often laws are not enforced in this country? If you have enough money, there is no such thing as the law. Sandy Weil, former chairman of Citibank, acknowledged breaking the law big time and said he'd just get it changed. So he did and helped cause the Great Recession. And the SWAT team didn't show up at his door. Imagine that. He now lives in Sonoma County with his ill-gotten gains. How totally fitting. We must enforce the law. Here in Sonoma County, in the creation of Fountain Grove, every law and regulation that could be broken was. Every promise became a lie. There were no arrests and no fines. This council's allegiance should be to everyone who lives here. The man under the freeway overpass is as valuable a human being as the man who owns a jewelry store on 4th Street. But this culture can't accept any square pegs that don't fit in its constricting round holes. Everyone is born with something to contribute. Those contributions need not be monetary, and they should not be beaten out of us by an uncaring society.
Thank you.
Right now, you're part of the problem. You could, if you chose, be part of the solution.
Dwayne DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to use the overhead. Should turn that one on, right? Okay. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I hope you saw in the newspaper on Friday the 5th a story about how Pollen Creek Preserve was going through some difficulties over what some might term rhetoric. What was said and how it was said and how things are being handled. What's really important to me over in Roseland is we modeled our effort for the Roseland Creek Preserve upon what occurred with the Pollen Creek Preserve. We carefully followed what had happened, and we were very, very interested in making sure that we were able to get what's shown right here, a wild and separate, not a typical park, with very limited maintenance and management for the Roseland neighborhood, as we call it. And we put forward our efforts and we helped get funding. And basically, down here, it was pointed out that Bill Keene in 2002, talking about Pollen Creek, points out that they want the whole area to be protected. So that's what we were doing over in Roseland. And recently, you folks, it's been 2.5 months, almost 3 months ago, put forward an item and spent another $347,000 on some activities, and no one's talked with anyone from the Roseland residents yet about how it's going or what we should be doing. And the dilemma is when we look in some of the budget documents, there's a placeholder there stating that they want tens of millions of dollars for Roseland Creek Park, as they call it now. Now, some of you may not remember, but we exposed a little bit of malfeasance on the part of Recreation and Parks employees in the past. It created a bit of a turnover in that department, and some would say all the way to the top of our administrative apparatus here in the city of Santa Rosa. What's really important is you folks may not have heard the history of Roseland neighborhood and the nature preserve and what we're trying to do out there. If you just get it from staff, it won't be complete. The new people at Parks, or it's called Recreation and Parks, they don't know. They've all been hired relatively recently. So we would ask you, myself and many others who've come here before me to talk about this, to please come out there, link in with us, see the nature preserve right now in spring, see what kind of loveliness we got there, and help us to make sure that we don't get hornswoggled, that we get the nature preserve that we tried for. Thank you for your time. Want this turned off now?
William Corcoran.
Well, it's a lot cooler down here than it is up there, that's for sure. Anyways, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is William Corcoran. I live at 695 Spears Road. I sent an email to you a couple days, or actually yesterday, regarding a project number 2083, Emergency Well Facilities at Spears Road. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it or not. Our neighborhood received a letter dated March 27th, 2017, stating the city was finalizing construction to evaluate plans for viability for an emergency well on Spears Road. This was a surprise to everyone in the neighborhood because no one had heard about it. and given that the start date was roughly about a month and a half away. I sent an email off to the city engineer, Jillian Tillis, asking when a city council meeting would be held on this. And she responded, due to all the questions, there would be a meeting held at Whitehead School. And so I attended the meeting May 3rd, along with about 25 of my neighbors. And it was an impromptu meeting. We had the city engineer in charge of the project. There were city employees there as well as subcontractors that will be doing the work on this well. A lot of questions were asked, and some of the really important ones were about this 700-foot well, if it could undermine our existing wells. You know, we live in an area out there, it's a county pocket, and we all have great water, existing wells. Anyway, so when the question was asked to the engineers, they said the consequences are unknown. Your wells could dry up, we don't know. And I asked, you know, has there been research done on the water table? And the answer was, we don't know. We just simply don't know. And that's actually what happened, believe it or not. There was an elderly lady that asked, what if my well becomes unoperational due to this project? One of the engineers or someone at the city said that they could just simply hook up to the city water at their expense, of course. So pretty unsatisfactory answers, really. When I asked if there was going to be a public meeting on this, I was told, no, it's too late. So I did a lot of research, and I went to all the city council archives, and I looked at the emergency groundwater project, which started in 2013. That's the only meeting that's been held on this, and there was no talk about this Spears Road location. The location 618 Spears Road. Now, the property was just purchased December 23rd, 2016. In fact, even neighbors living next door to the property didn't even know the city purchased it. There was an absentee owner, okay? So, you know, this is a county area, and basically the city has went ahead and purchased a property in the middle of the county, planned this huge project, and the neighbors don't know anything about it. You know, with you know, the substantial negative impact on the neighborhood, we'd simply like to ask for a city council meeting for our voices to be heard. I do represent about 20 people as well.
All right,
so.
Thank you. Thomas Ells.
I don't think I'll move this because of this court. Thank you for allowing us to have the public comment, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to say that there was an article in the San Francisco Chronicle that said there's a group in San Francisco that's attempting to raise $100 million to fund homeless housing for the homeless and programs. And it's a large nonprofit group. They're going to direct that to other nonprofits that are actually doing direct services. They're kind of gathering the funds. They have, I think, Google and different groups are actually funding them. And I just wanted to say, please, if you haven't read it, please read that article and see what they're doing. They claim they have 2,000 to 3,000 chronic homeless in San Francisco. Wow. I think we have 2,000 to 3,000 chronic homeless in Sonoma County. We have a lot of homeless, and we need a lot of help. And please take a look at that article. Maybe we can do something like that here, where it's a big ask. I don't know, it's a big ask. I know we're asking, I know we're working. Let's have a big ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Chernev.
Hey, good afternoon. It's a beautiful day, and it's nice to look upon a city council, have them smile back, and, you know, it's a nice thing. It is a beautiful day here in Sonoma County. And, you know, it used to be a long, long time ago, probably before any of us were little kids, that radio was a big thing to listen to for shows and entertainment and news. And now, of course, everybody's got these TVs that you get to listen to commercials 2/3 of the time. But I'm going to invite you to listen to a radio show tomorrow. And the easiest way to look this up is to just simply Google Monique Lessan, L-E-S-S-A-N. She's a private investigator involved in trafficking, one of the top well-known ones in the West Coast. She was twice voted governor over all investigators in California. And they're going to be talking about several cases tied to California and Pennsylvania. As I mentioned before, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Kathleen Kane, because of what she would and who she was investigating, has lost her job or license and been railroaded into prison by the likes of the people she was investigating, who spent $2 million in 2.5 years undermining her efforts. People like Epstein, Trump, Clinton, and Feinstein. I will leave one of these flyers with your person so that you can all have access to the one flyer. You can look up Monique Lassan. She's the investigator, and you'll see that she has Matrix International Radio. And I will give you the name, or I'll list off the WW of the one show that was already part 1, and that's www.tindeck, T-I-N-D-E-C-K. For those of you on TV that always say you like watching, get your pencils out, write this down. www.tindeck, Tindeck.com, /listen, /YXALU. You know, you always hear people talk about wondering, how does this billionaire Jeff Epstein get away with all this stuff even though he's been arrested and actually convicted, but he never goes to jail or prison? Well, there's a thing called the Finders. You can look that up on your internet. It's a long-time child exploitation operations by the CIA that's protected by the intelligence community. And it's no secret that the senator in charge of the intelligence community for the last 30 years that's covering this up is Dianne Feinstein. But since there's about 100,000 of us for every one of them, it's time for us to go ahead and acknowledge our strength, our presence, and our authority, and support people like Kathleen Kane and the many others who've challenged the darkness on behalf of children. Thank you very much.
That's all the cards I have.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Combs.
may we ask staff to reach out to the folks at Spears area where the well is and get back to us with some information about what the situation is there?
Thank you. Consider it done. Item 15, public hearing.
Item 15.1, public hearing, DeTurk Winery Village. The council will consider a vacation of public right-of-way for an 18,725 square foot area along the east side of Donahue Street and a density bonus for 35% density increase for properties located at 806 Donahue Street and 8 West 9th Street, file number PRJ16-012. Claire Hartman, Planning and Economic Development, presenting.
Thank you. I'm going to jump right in. So tonight, we're looking at the DeTurk Winery Village. This project was last before you on January 31st on appeal with its design review and landmark alteration permit. First, I want to relate this item to our city's housing action plan. As you know, this is a priority housing for all, and this slide shows how in every category the city is in need of housing and how this specific project fits in with that vision. And specifically, I want to point out that most of our projects, housing projects that we process, are in the market rate category. What's unique about this particular project is that it touches down at a very low income category and 15 units. And oftentimes, we're told that this particular income bracket, the way applicants, the reality of that particular income bracket for housing is achieved through nonprofits, nonprofit housing developers. But what's unique about this case is this is a market rate development that came in and incorporated this particular very low income bracket into the project. So we don't see that all the time. And as a result, because the project did include voluntarily this affordable housing component, our staff team, in fact, our interdepartmental team that processes housing prioritizes projects like this. So I also want to make sure that you're aware that we have an interdepartmental team of staff presenting this item tonight, or available for the item tonight, and that includes Susie Murray, who's facilitated this very complex process through the entire entitlement process to date, Larry Lackey with our engineering development services, Rob Sprinkle of traffic engineering is here tonight, Kim Hammond with parking. And we spent a lot of time processing it, and at this point, we're nearing the final steps of its entitlement process. So in total, summarize the entirety of the project. It's a housing project with 185 rental units. As we've discussed, 15 units for very low. The term for this is 55 years, which is what we target, what we seek to achieve. And then also what's unique about this project is it's a mixed-use site. So instead of replacing the commercial space on the site, we're reusing and adapting it and integrating with that component. As I mentioned, the item has been before the City Council before and related entitlements on appeal. That included the landmark alteration permit, the design review for the preliminary portion of the design review action. So what's before you tonight are the last two planning entitlements. That's vacation of public right-of-way and density bonus. So this is the site plan that supports the project. It's adjacent to Donahue Street and bordered by West 9th and 8th. Here's an aerial view of the site. As you can see, it's a complex built environment. So that's definitely added to the review process. Even on a prioritized fashion, it still took a lot of brain power and community engagement to work through issues as they were identified and arise. In terms of the general plan, the designation for the site is Transit Village Residential, Transit Village Medium, and that is our highest density in the city of Santa Rosa for housing densities. And in terms of general plan supporting policies, we obviously have a lot of general plan policies that support housing, but we don't just look at those. We look at the collection of general plan policies that speak to a site like this. So through the process, we have balanced other policies that in conjunction and in concert with our review, which includes preservation of historic structures, compatibility with existing neighborhoods. And that was definitely one of the challenges of this project, given its complicated context, being downtown and adjacent to a historic district. So this slide shows the downtown station area specific plan, so that's yet another layer of policy that we look through in terms of land use designations and development standards. This item is denoted in the sub-area of railroad corridor sub-area, and the highlighted areas in red there, shaded in blue, that's other areas that are designated with the same sub-area. And what's important about the sub-area is this particular area in the downtown specific plan boundary is what's earmarked for the highest density. This is where we expect the development to go, and I think it's as much as 3,000 units in this area. So this project is implementing that vision. And again, similar with the general plan, we have text supporting policies. And again, it's not just selecting a couple and reviewing the project in concert with that. It's really looking at the whole of the plan and seeing how in balance this project is implementing it. So with this, the most relatable to what's before you tonight, we've pulled out the ones that talk about parking requirements and housing. Here's the zoning that implements those specific plans in the general plan, and it's Transit Village Residential, Historic Combining, Station Area Combining. So this is one of the main items that's before you tonight. There's two components, vacation of right-of-way and density bonus. So with vacation of right-of-way, we do look to there's the California Streets and Highways Code, and there's specific findings that you would have to make to approve or adopt a vacation of public right-of-way. So one of the key findings, and I'll jump to that because part of this item has been before you before, is that it's the right-of-way that is being requested to be vacated, that the city does not need that land for public use. So We spent a lot of time discussing the merits of that finding and of this project, and under which manner could this project make that finding. And it was concluded by staff and also supported by Planning Commission in their review that the city does not need to own the land to preserve the public use of that land. So specifically, the public use that we have enjoyed and will continue to enjoy with this right-of-way is public parking. So the commission and staff were able to make that finding. Some of the benefits of vacating this right-of-way that speak specifically to this project is it doesn't just retain the existing spaces, which are 32 public parking spaces, but it adds 10 more spaces. So there would be, in conclusion of construction of this project, there would be 42 spaces that are available to the public. In addition, by vacating this public right-of-way, the applicant would then assume responsibility and implement remediation of what we know are contaminants in this public right-of-way. Third, by adding this square footage, which is 18,725 square feet, that additional area attaches to the project area, which does allow for additional density or additional housing units to be developed on the site when we're looking at density. Specifically, that's 23 additional residential units. And then lastly, as part of the project, street improvements and ongoing maintenance. Now, that's normal and customary of any development project if you are to implement the curb gutter sidewalk and the adjacency there. But what's different about with the vacation is that they will have ongoing maintenance, and keep in mind the public parking spaces are preserved, so they're basically maintaining public parking spaces. Moving on to the density bonus, we look at two things. We look at the city ordinance on density bonus, and we also look at the state law regarding density bonus. So the local ordinance, we cap out currently at 35% density bonus. We are, as you know, as one of our housing action plan initiatives, we are looking at under what considerations would we allow more than that, but that's something that's underway, not available yet. Per our local ordinance, if you do go up to 35% density increase, you're entitled to 2 concessions, and we'll talk about that. In terms of the state law, that is matched there, but if there's any nuances and the state law supersedes our local ordinance, then we need to look at both of them in tandem, and we must comply with state law. So in terms of the specific request before you that is in compliance with both the state and the local, state law and the local ordinance, the increase, well, first you look at the base density. And based on the proposed gross acres, again, including that vacation or right-of-way space, the maximum allowable density is 137 units total for the site. With the proposal to designate 15 units to very low income, which is 11%, the project qualifies for a density increase of 48 units. Now kick me if I got that math wrong. And then as a result, by having that level of affordability and with that many affordable units, then you are eligible for the 2 concessions, and the 2 that are requested by the applicant is parking and building height. So looking at concession number 1, parking, and as you can see here very cleanly that the total parking required, looking at the whole of the project, the commercial space and the affordable space, and the gym space that's there. Looking at the whole of the project, this project meets minimum parking requirements. So why is parking a concession? And the reason why the applicant chose to include parking as a concession, this is a voluntary request, is that the zoning code does allow, it has this provision that a review authority may require more than what's minimally required. And so as a precaution to that unpredictability, they're trying to design this project and stick with it so they can construct it. They decided to go ahead and elect to do a concession. Now, for parking, we do also look for not just our local ordinance, which is actually quite flexible on parking, especially in the specific plan area. We also look at the state law, and so as you can see here, where's the Government Code Section 65915 P2, that's referencing state law. So in terms of looking at these concessions and the impact or the relationship to this project, one of the things the project is taking advantage of is unbundled parking. So unbundled parking is that you don't match, not every unit gets the some designated number of spaces because some residents don't need those spaces, or if given the choice, could pay less. They could pay more if they got parking, they could pay less if they decline the parking space. And this is a transit-oriented development, so that makes sense. And unbundled parking is something that we actually promote and incentivize through that specific plan. So this project includes that. Secondly, you have 4 extra spaces there from our technically minimum required parking count. And those 4 parking spaces, per the applicant, are earmarked for shared vehicles. And so part of this proposal is for the applicant to maintain 4 shared vehicles for the life of the project at their expense to keep those in good working order. And then also the street parking that is available and shared on Donahue Street will have time limits. We have to be practical. We want to make sure we maximize multiple users of these spaces. We want to make sure spaces are available for the commercial use, so it's has some vitality, and then there's also just to integrate it with this truly maxing out the shared element of those spaces. Okay, concession number 2, building height, and we spent a lot of time on this as a consideration through the design review process, hours and hours of hearings and lots of discussions and testimonies from public and review authorities, and ultimately the design review was granted, which included the proposed height that's proposed as a concession. So the height of the project is proposed at 40 feet, which technically allows 35 feet per our zoning code section. There's some layering there of different requirements, but ultimately 35 feet was as high as you could go. What the applicant needs for why they requested this concession to make their project work is that it allows for that 4th floor. And without that 4th floor, you would lose 54 units. And that's substantive enough that the proposal would fall apart. So the applicant is requesting to do that concession to get the number of units to afford those very low income affordable units. So that's how concessions are supposed to work, that they're needed to make the affordable housing units work as part of the whole of the project. So, and then these next slides, I won't go through them specifically, but they're available if we have questions or we need them tonight. Just reminding what the project looks like. And this bottom right is the current proposal that was approved for preliminary design review. And also that, of course, we all took into consideration its presence within the West End Preservation District, as well as the North Railroad Square Preservation District. We held a number of meetings, like I mentioned, and this is really the last step in the entitlement process. Following the entitlement process, we'll move into the building permit review process and hopefully onto construction. Environmental review findings were made at that January 31st meeting, carrying those forward tonight. Public comments, it's been a long journey, even if it's been prioritized and expedited as much as we can. It's been a very complex process, and we've had a lot of public comments and engagement with it, and these issues were raised and also resolved and considered through the process. Noticing was complete, and the preliminary design review action that did take place on January 31st did acknowledge final design review would be delegated to staff. So that's an administrative procedure. We'll go through the list of items that are still to be clarified. They're minor items, and we'll do that prior to issuance of a building permit. So the recommendation before you is to take action on those two elements. You have two resolutions before you tonight. The first is a vacation of public right-of-way, and the second is the density bonus. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I know the applicants are here, and like I mentioned, we have a full team from the city staff team.
Thank you. Council, are there questions? Ms. Combs?
Thank you. And I think this is an exciting project. I was glad to see us working in very low affordable in the past. I have a question, if you can return to, actually I'm comparing slide 16 and 17. I think I can get there on 17 alone. Because my recollection from the neighborhood conversation was that building massing going to 4 stories was an issue in the neighborhood, and that one of the concessions made in the first response to board comments was to have the upper floor balcony have a railing so that it diminished the amount of massing at the upper story. So if you look at the left first response, it doesn't have the heavy massing at the top of the building that is apparent on the right side, current proposal. And I appreciate that I'm talking about building massing. I want to go forward with this plan, but I also want it to fit in and have neighborhood happiness with having the project there. Did the design review board specifically okay that change? Or is that a change that's been made at the staff level?
Yeah, actually that element was approved as part of the design review process, so that this design has been approved by the city council on January 31st. So the aesthetics, the design, and part of that response, and the applicant will speak to that 4th story balcony as well. I'm sorry.
I recall the fencing railing visual detail, and I'm just surprised that change has gone through.
The image that you see on the left had the wire railings, and actually it went the other direction in order to reduce it and make it feel more like 3 stories rather than 4 stories. They made that a solid, they took away the railing and kind of extended that cementitious wall up, and that was what occurred during the design review board meetings. And yes, the design review board did weigh in on that.
So this was specifically weighed in, and was the change from brick facade to whatever that purple stucco is, the alternating stairwell maybe, is that what that is? That also was, that was in the original response over on the other page. Was that also through DRB?
Yes, the design review board, the original plan was a predominantly stucco structure, and the materials were changed to cement siding, metal siding, and brick.
Okay.
And that is with the design review board's blessing.
There's an extra, there was more brick in the proposal that says current proposal on page 16 than there is in the current proposal on page 17. So I'm just asking if that was the design review board change.
Those are 2 different elevations. So on page 16, that's the view from West 8th Street and Donahue Street.
Thank you.
And 17 is from West 9th Street, looking south down Donahue Street. So buildings D and A.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much. I want to make sure that we're doing the design review approved version tonight. So I trust staff that you were doing that, but I felt like I had to ask.
Yes.
So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Other questions, council? All right, this is a public hearing. Ms. City Attorney, do we need to disclose ex parte communications?
Yes.
And at what point do we do that?
Now would be an appropriate time, so that any public could have the opportunity, could have the benefit of that disclosure.
Thank you. Any ex parte communications? Mr. Vice Mayor.
So not long ago, I had the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Derringer, the project applicant, in his office to discuss some of the things that were going on in the neighborhood and how it was impacting development. It was not anything specific to this project, but subsequently we had a meeting here at City Hall up in the council member chambers, and I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, he had a recommendation for the city to look at increasing the density bonus. But that's, I think, all that we really discussed.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing since the last disclosure.
Anyone? Mr. Swedhelm.
Yeah, nothing since the last disclosure prior to our last meeting.
I've had communications with some members of the neighborhood.
All right, and I have had no ex parte communication since the last hearing on this. So I'll open the public hearing. Members of the public have 3 minutes. And we'll start with Susan Chonko.
I almost left because it's fairly obvious that the decisions have already been made. I've lived in the West End neighborhood for 22 years. I don't mind an apartment complex going up there. I mind the impact on parking in the neighborhood and also the traffic in and out of Western Farms, because all of their trucks come down Donahue Street. And a neighbor and I went down there and actually measured how much it would cut into the street, and it's just sad to me that this is happening. I could see building a high-density apartment complex if they had enough parking to begin with, instead of asking for more of the street. Not thrilled about the architecture, but I can live with that. No, I received absolutely nothing from the city, but then I'm not a property owner. I rent. So I guess we don't count. My landlady's against the project. Every neighbor that I have talked to, and it's a close neighborhood, nobody's happy with this project. And I was wondering if any concessions at all had been made to the people who actually live there, to Western Farms, to the Deterk Round Barn Park and the dog park that are already there. And we're already having problems with parking. I don't know. I don't understand.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt. Is he still here? That's all the cards I have. If anyone else would like to address the council, now's the time. Seeing no one rise, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Oliveris, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with the first resolution. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa vacating a portion of the public right-of-way along the east side of Donahue Street between 8th Street and West 9th Street pursuant to Government Code Section 8300 et sec to accommodate the development of Deterk Winery Village, file number PRJ 16-012, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes, council. That passes with 6 ayes.
Then I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa making findings and determinations to approve a density bonus for Deterk Winery Village located at 806 Donahue Street and 8 West 9th Street. Assessors parcel numbers 010-091-001 and 010-091-007. File number PRJ 16-012, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes. And that has 6 ayes. Thank you very much. Written communications.
Item 16.1, final map, Ravello subdivision provided for information. Item 16.2, quarterly capital improvement program projects update, January to March 2017, provided for information.
Thank you. We have one card for public comment. Bob Hanson.
Greetings, everybody, to our city
Hang
attorney.
on one second till the microphone comes on.
Okay.
There you
To our city attorney, welcome. In the year and a half I've been listening and learning to our city business, I've never heard our city attorney say that is in the best interest of the public. Hopefully that'll change. I came to speak before this on the Verizon contract, and this I have a little experience with. As a transmitter tech in the Navy, when I worked on an operating microwave transmitter, I had to be protected, groin and heart. I couldn't even get near an operating antenna. That transmitter had to be turned off and tagged. I've presented information. And what I found in the weeks I've been looking into this is our FCC allows our telecommunications outfits in the United States to operate 100 to 1,000 times more than anywhere else in the world. The Medical Association of England has declared that the proliferation of cell towers in our cities is a global medical crisis, and 12 countries have added their support to that. This is not something we want in our city. We don't need transmitters mounted on our telephone poles. We don't need this 55-foot antenna disguised as a palm tree in our downtown area. It's been proven that microwave transmission is harmful to all organic material. We're not just talking about people, we're talking about dogs, cats, birds. Everything organic is harmed by this transmission. And for us to even consider allowing Verizon or any telecommunications company to put their transmitters in our downtown area within 30 feet of our public is not acceptable. I hope you'll consider what I've said here today. Because like I said, I was a Navy transmitter tech, and we couldn't even be near an operated microwave transmitter. We had to be shielded, groin and heart. That's about it. The man who presented this, I got a problem with this one. The man who presented this was the same man that gave the argument against our local media project. In that argument, nobody in the audience could hear what the man said. Nobody.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned.